we are live.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good evening and welcome to the City Council Conference of May 25th, 2021. Tonight we have one item on our agenda, which is the continued discussion regarding a proposed conversion therapy ordinance from the Human Rights Commission. I will turn it over to Anthony Purinton to make a presentation.
Good afternoon. So what you have been sent in your materials is an updated version of the same ordinance that you saw last time. If you remember, last time the ordinance was purely a limitation on this use of city funds. This one, after hearing from feedback from council and HRC commissioners, we wanted to give council an idea of what it would look like if this ordinance were to have an outright ban, and that was what was requested. So that is what you have in front of you. The previous version of the memo was adopted or recommended by the Human Rights Commission unanimously, and so was this one. And that was recommended last night during the Human Rights Commission's regular meeting. They also did create one substantive change. They did amend the ordinance, and I'll go over that as I go through the changes. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and I'll get started. I'll share my screen, that way you guys can actually see the updated version that the Human Rights Commission wanted to recommend. All right, so and just to kind of give you an idea, anything that's highlighted in yellow is an amendment that the Human Rights Commission is recommending. So most of them, all but one, were general, they weren't necessarily substantive. They were just changing the wording of the legislative finding sections. I won't go into those, but in this version of the ordinance, I made a few other changes just due to the nature of the change. So the first big one is, because this is an outright ban, this would be a prohibition with a corresponding penalty section, I thought it would be a good idea if we broke up Chapter 7 into articles, much like the rest of City Code. So there are now 3 articles in this version of Chapter 7. The first is General Provisions, which contains definitions and statement of purpose sections, and that one's self-explanatory. Before these changes, Chapter 7 pretty much only dealt with issues of anti-discrimination and public accommodation and employment and the like. So to keep that separate and independent from the rest of Chapter 7, that was created an entire article. So that would be Article 2, anti-discrimination. And you'll notice that.
But is there, I thought you could get on.
Mr. Mattingly, can you please mute?
The second one is the bounce one that she said.
Mr. Mattingly?
You go save with your calendar or something, or you do that
I
one?
think he can hear us, yet we can hear him.
I'm trying to shut this sucker down. I don't even see how to get out of
Yeah,
this.
fine.
All right,
Unmuted.
there we go. Okay, Mr. Purinton, please back up a little bit and start again.
Okay, so I created Article 2, anti-discrimination, which holds what was previously almost all of Chapter 7, and that is all of the sections dealing with anti-discrimination. Section 7-109, which was previously the penalty section for the city's anti-discrimination prohibition, was changed because the language in that section said it would be a violation, any violation of entire Chapter 7. So it was like a general penalty provision for the entire Chapter 7. So I made that specific to anti-discrimination, which is why that 7-109 was changed, to kind of narrow the scope of that one specifically. And then instead, I also added another penalty section that only applies to the conversion therapy ban. So that way there are two specific penalty sections for each prohibition in Chapter 7. And then finally, the meat of the changes for this version occur in Article 3, which is new under conversion therapy, and there are 2 sections under that. The first section is the actual ban, and so that one is pretty simple. It just states that it is a violation for any provider, as defined in Section 7 of state statutes, to engage in conversion therapy with a minor. So what this means is that it would still be limited to medical providers as defined in state statutes. So that portion has not changed. The scope of who is affected in terms of like a provider, a medical provider licensed by the state is still the intended recipient of this prohibition. And then the only difference is instead of just limiting city funds, it is making it a citywide prohibition for these providers to engage in conversion therapy with a minor. And then we go down to 7-112, which is enforcement. So, and this is where you're going to see the substantive change that was recommended by the Human Rights Commission. So we have two separate subsections under this. The first is the penalty. So this would apply if a violation was filed in municipal court, and it would be a misdemeanor, and it would be a criminal charge. And if it was in municipal court and the person was found guilty, they would be subject to a range of anywhere from $50 to $750 of fine, and then or 60 days imprisonment. So this, to put it in perspective, is very similar to all other fine sections found within the code. And this, the reason that the cap is $750 and 60 days is because that is the cap that is found in state law. So we can't go above that for this type of violation. And this is also the same penalty range that you would see for, I think, fire code violations and I think any other code violations. So just to put that into perspective. So this is a pretty general and easily found fine range in the city code. And then finally, we have subsection 2, which deals with civil action. And so civil action, this just kind of makes clear that we're not limiting ourselves to only enforcing this in municipal court. So if the city had standing to, for example, file an injunction to try to enforce the city's ordinance, this recognizes that we have that option available to us. So it's not just limited to a criminal misdemeanor that we would file in municipal court. Before, the human rights did want to add that 60 days imprisonment possibility. So that is what they amended during their last night's meeting. So that is why that was included. So I think that's it for me. I think the changes are, there are not very many of them, and that doesn't take a whole lot of ordinance amendments to effectuate the purpose, I believe. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And also go ahead and stop sharing my screen.
Councilmember Patrone.
Thank you. Sorry, so weird. Every time someone changes the screen to do a screen share, I don't know if this happens to anybody else, but mine goes back to my home screen. It changes mine too. It's very strange. I was wondering if part of the punishment for this could be to withhold the business license that goes along with the provider until such time, maybe basically like an injunction.
That's a good question. So I think, are you talking about like the license that, like their medical license?
No, not their professional licensure, their business, their ability to operate as a business within city limits.
Oh, okay.
License these businesses.
Oh, what was that, Catherine?
We don't license these businesses.
Oh, we don't?
No.
Okay. That answers that then. And then just some general thoughts is I'm really glad to see that this is getting some teeth behind it, and that the message is being sent loud and clear that, the city of Norman is not supportive of child abuse. So, because ultimately that's what this is. And all of the major science organizations and medical organizations have made that abundantly clear. And there's many, many years of study behind this. So I'm glad to see that the Human Rights Committee is ready to take action. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Appreciate the information, Anthony. I did see the email about some of the legal implications or concerns about this. Would you mind going over that with us?
So oh, go ahead, Catherine.
I was just gonna say, that went out attorney-client privilege for a good reason, but Anthony can summarize sort of what the general concerns were, certainly.
So as before, there are First Amendment considerations just because, you might be dealing with speech. You're also dealing with some, religious issues as well. I don't think those are necessarily implicated here. And then also, of course, there's the issue of preemption, which I think the previous version of the ordinance was a little bit more defensible on the preemption grounds going forward. Either one of the alternatives, we would not, I don't think, be preempted at this time. But in the future, if the city was having to, deal with a preemption issue, I think the previous version, the one that first came to council, would be more defensible.
Okay, you had mentioned some of that in our previous meeting about this too, so I appreciate the clarification about that. And so, okay, thank you very much.
I have a quick question. Has this been heard in any sort of appellate court?
Yes, several times, but the issue is kind of, it's being developed right now. So the status of the precedent dealing with specifically conversion therapy is in a state of flux. That's based on a 2018 Supreme Court decision. So right now, we're not really sure exactly what a 10th Circuit opinion might look like. I think there's an 11th Circuit opinion that might be instructive, but right now the 10th Circuit has not ruled on this issue yet, which is where Oklahoma lies in the 10th Circuit. And that would be like a binding precedent if it came from the 10th Circuit.
Case of first impression, I suppose. So what would, this wouldn't go to the state Supreme Court?
I guess technically it could. I think, I think the state Supreme Court would be able to hear, but usually they're heard by federal courts.
Well, we tend to draw the unusual here in Norman, Oklahoma. So I'm just trying to see what all possible outcomes are when we test this. Okay, Councilmember Holman?
You mentioned last time also about some of the enforcement ways that would be difficult. So yeah, we don't have a business license. We don't license that type of business. And getting the state to hold them accountable, I guess, might be difficult for municipal related issues. Is that the enforcement of, I guess, is kind of an area I see some, unless we can just give them a fine and maybe they're okay with the fine because maybe it's not that much to them. I'm not sure. So, but yeah, along the same lines as Councilman Petrone, I was kind of wondering what enforcement methods we had for this type of thing.
So, I mean, the bread and butter of municipal, ordinance enforcement is going to be municipal court. I think that's the most, recognized way forward. That's a criminal misdemeanor. Unfortunately, Oklahoma doesn't really have a procedure for like issuing civil fines in a municipal court. Other states have been able to do that. And usually in states where that is a possibility and they're doing conversion therapy ordinances, they make it a civil fine, just because probably it's dealing with like regulatory issues. But there have been some municipalities who make it a criminal violation, probably because that's their only option. So that's the bread and butter. So what you see here, subsection 1 is criminal enforcement. Now, what that means is someone would have to file a charge in municipal court, or there would have to be some sort of like independent investigation. So I'm kind of thinking in terms of like, usually like a simple violation, like let's say like a barking dog violation. Someone calls 911 because they hear a dog barking, and then they sign a docket against a third party, and that's the defendant, right? And so what the city does is the city prosecutes that charge based on that complaint. In this instance, I don't think that would necessarily be the most likely option, just because the individual who would have to sign the complaint, or maybe the parent who usually signs the complaint on behalf of the child, right, is probably the person who puts them in that situation in the first place. So they might not necessarily be willing to sign that charge. And a minor who's, minor, it probably isn't going to have the ability to sign that docket themselves, unbeknownst to their parents. And I don't know if that would even be effective. So that's, an issue. But let's say that you did have a minor who was affected by this. They would be the prosecution's main witness. So in order to actually proceed forward with the criminal charge, we would have to put them on trial or have them as a witness at trial. And so I think that's one of the biggest concerns as a prosecutor whenever you're deciding whether or not to file a charge. It's like, do you want to put, the complaining witness, through that, right? And keep in mind that whenever you're prosecuting a criminal offense at the municipal court level, appeals go directly to district court, and that's a trial de novo. What that means is that's going to be relitigating the entire trial just as it was at the trial level. So you're basically going to relitigate the issue and have to put on the same witnesses in order if that goes to an appellate court at district court. And so, and there it becomes an appellate issue after that. So that's just some of the considerations. That's the back end, right? So that's a way down on the line. Me as a prosecutor, that's what we're looking at. How are we going to enforce this ordinance? So that's just a consideration. But I think, there is, that's why I wanted to stick subsection 2 in there, which is civil action. And that might be a little bit easier in some ways and a little bit harder in the other ways. This is turning into a really long explanation, but I think it deserves it. The civil action would probably likely be an injunction. Usually, and I think this is a very complicated issue, because whenever you're getting into an injunction and you're implicating speech, that gets into kind of hairy territory. And also, whenever you're a municipality, you only have certain grounds to seek an injunction. And so I'm not sure, and I'm not convinced. And if you had to press me on that, I don't know. I don't think that the city would have grounds to seek an injunction for the specific issue. I think that's debatable, and I think that the city could probably bring an injunction because it is an arguable question. But I don't know how successful we would be bringing an injunction, just because it's kind of a limited remedy, and I don't know if it would be available for this kind of issue. But that is an option, and I think that would be the best option if it were available. And so that's why I stuck that in there, because if we can find a more creative way to enforce this, I think that's the way we would go, because I don't necessarily think that a criminal setting would necessarily be the best for this. Also, one of the speaking to the 60 days imprisonment that the Human Rights Commission added when they amended it at the meeting last night, that would entitle the defendant to a jury trial. So that is an added layer of complication. So.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. I appreciate your thoroughness in that response.
Thank you. Councilmember Patrone.
So in learning some of the things you were speaking about, what happens in another situation of child abuse in Norman if a kid was to tell their SRO, for example, that their parents, that they're undergoing some sort of abusive situation at home? Is the child not able to sign a charge in that situation? I mean, how does that work?
So, they, in that situation, it's probably going to be handled by the state, not the municipality. I don't think we necessarily have any, other than like a general assault and battery claim that we would have. I mean, I guess it might be possible for them to bring an assault and battery claim, but what we would do as the city attorneys is if we got something that, looked like child abuse, we wouldn't file the charge, because we would be referring that to district court and like elevating that issue to the district courts and probably even getting CPS involved if they haven't already. So we've never encountered that before, and I think the other prosecutor who deals with juvenile issues might be a better person to ask that question. And Catherine, you might want to weigh in on this as well.
Sure. Under state law, most misdemeanors have to be committed in the officer's presence in order to be prosecuted. So that's why in municipal court, you'll see citizen signed complaints because they're things that the officer did not witness, but a citizen did. When something like this goes to district court, it's likely a felony, which means the officer doesn't have to see the act committed in his presence. A child abuse type case would be a felony. And so that's how that happens. The child doesn't have to sign a complaint. The police officers do a report and then they recommend charges to the DA's office.
Okay. I think you can probably see where I'm kind of going with it. I just don't want to, right out of the gate, not give the child some way to get themselves out of an emergency situation, which kind of leads me to the injunctive relief. I do think that this would meet that threshold. I mean, it's the amount of damage that can be lifelong damage that can be bestowed on a child in a situation like this can't be understated. So to me, I definitely think there's a very good argument for an injunction, but that's just me. And then the other, just for brainstorming, and I don't necessarily need an answer to it right now, but would be, just to think about later, whether or not we have a city ordinance that describes public nuisances the way that the state statute does, to where you kind of have the ability to put something like this into that category. And other things, when we saw it worked with the opioid trial, because it had become a public nuisance. So I think that just by the sheer number of calls that the Human Rights Commission made to different therapists in town to try to understand if people were practicing this, and probably some interviews that you could get from Norman Public Schools counselors to hear, what these kids are going through. It might be worth investigating whether or not we should put a definition for something similar for a public nuisance under the civil side of this, and our other ordinances where it could apply. And that's all. Oh, and I wanted to thank Mr. Holliday as well. Was he gonna be able to chime in here?
Does he need to? Okay.
I
So
learn
I guess
something every time, Mayor.
I guess my question is, again, as minors, how do they report it? And that's the question.
Yeah. Well, generally with signed complaints, usually someone calls 911.
Okay, because we went through the whole sheriffs and they have to witness it, and let's say none of that happens, but the kid is smart, knows what's going on. Can they walk into a Human Rights Commission meeting or follow the complaint process or call 911 themselves? I mean,
Anyone can go over into the police department and make a police report, even if you don't call 911, and that's likely how that would happen. The kid's not going to call 911 from within the session, but they may, if the savvy kid you're describing may want to file a complaint and come over to the police department and do that. That's typically where
it won't matter if they're a minor. So it won't matter if they're a minor.
I mean, I think the police are going to want to have the parent involved, but I think they would probably take the report up from the minor before investigating it.
And I don't think you could fully enforce it without getting the parent involved in some level. Because I mean, I think, just like going way down the line, looking at like, if you need to actually and this will probably likely result in a trial. If we need to subpoena the witness, the subpoena goes to both the parent and the child, if they need to appear for trial.
Okay. Councilor Peacock.
That just made me think of something. I mean, is this an opportunity to provide some sort of, hotline, some non-formal process that, gives a minor the opportunity to tell their story without fear of, getting the police involved or getting their parents notified, or just just a place to reach out to. Simple question.
I think that would be much more useful in terms of just like if we were to pursue a civil remedy, that might be something that would be more useful on that end of the spectrum. I don't know if Catherine has anything to say about that.
Okay, Councilmember Hall, your hand popped up at one moment. You're muted.
Not going to have to say that much longer. I had a question answered already, but I also just wanted to really thank the Civil Rights Commission for going back and, re-examining this yesterday. They had a very loaded agenda and spent considerable amount of time parsing through all of this with some of the similar questions. And in the end, they all unanimously approved the changes that Mr. Puritan has, presented to us today. And I also just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Don Holliday, who is on the call, who's been instrumental in all of our human rights ordinances and his expertise in this area. So he's been invaluable as a resource, I think, over the last few days to kind of bring some institutional history to a lot of the things that we've already got in place and how this would more naturally fall into the suggested changes that the committee went through. So just appreciate all that and the relentless work that Mr. Puritan has put in over the last few days or so. So really appreciate your efforts here.
Okay. I have one more question. What states, or I guess it's more, states, I know some have banned it, and what cities have banned it?
I think they're over, I think the number going around is 85 plus. I would say maybe more than 100. It's hard to track them all. But you have you have places like Denver. I'm trying to think, a lot of, places in Pennsylvania, obviously, like New England, there would be a lot more. You do have, you had a lot that were coming from Florida until the 11th Circuit struck down all of those that were in the 11th Circuit. So Florida, there were a lot of municipalities, but those are no longer valid. And then I believe, and then it just kind of pops up like a couple from Ohio, like Columbus, and then, it's just like a smattering. Places like California, I'm sure some of those have them on the books, but probably not as many as you think, because California was the first one at the state level to make this change. So.
And I will add that 21 states have banned this torture.
All right, Councilor Hall, your hand's still up. Anything else to add?
Yeah. Just in speaking with several people on the Human Rights Commission, as well as Mr. Holliday, my understanding is that we've also spent some time looking at how the language was written with all of these other municipalities to offer some guidance of places that have already successfully implemented this.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments regarding the changes to the proposed conversion therapy ban by ordinance? All right. Seeing none, hearing no cries of outrage, it sounds like we are prepared to move the amended ordinance forward. We do not have a date certain on that, so please stay tuned. Okay, this conference is adjourned. Please mute your microphones and turn off your cameras, and we will resume at this link at 6:30.
Unmute. So now. Guess that's just what you do, and then there was a way to like show like a grid of
People, yeah.
You aren't muted, just to let you know.
All right, everyone ready? Waiting on for a few more council members to come back. All right, they're on their way. Welcome to the meeting of the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority of May 25th. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Come back to her. She's here.
oh, okay. Councilmember Schuler,
Here.
Councilmember Patron,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Here.
Councilmember Nash,
Here.
Councilmember Foreman,
Here.
Councilmember Holman,
Here.
Councilmember Peacock.
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Councilmember Studley has joined us. And I believe we have a statement from the clerk.
Tonight's meeting is a regular session of City Council where business will be conducted. House rules are also posted in the back of the room and displayed on the screen behind me. Attendees are asked to abide by said rules throughout the meeting. Outbursts and/or interruptions will not be tolerated by any person.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 3 is approval of the City Council special session minutes of March 23rd, 2021, and City Council, Norman Utility Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of May 11th, 2021. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark. The minutes are approved unanimously.
Item 4, Proclamation 2021-28, proclaiming the month of June 2021 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the City of Norman. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler,
Emphatically aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Yep.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes, all these new council members, so enthusiastic.
It's passed unanimously.
Thank you. A proclamation of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming the month of June 2021 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the city of Norman. Whereas the city of Norman is a welcoming community and an exceptional place to live, learn, work, play, and raise a family. And whereas the city of Norman recognizes the importance of equality and freedom. And whereas this nation was founded upon and is guided by a set of principles that includes that every person has been created equal, that each has rights to their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and that each shall be accorded the full recognition and protection of the law. And whereas the city of Norman's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community is a vital part of all fields and professions and contribute to a stronger community. And whereas the city of Norman is strengthened by and thrives upon the rich diversity of ethnic, cultural, racial, and gender identities and sexual orientation of its residents, all of which contribute to the vibrant character of our city. And whereas it is imperative that young people in the community, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, feel valued, empowered, and supported by their peers, educators, and community leaders. Whereas everyone should be able to live without fear of prejudice, discrimination, violence, and hatred-based race, religion, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Now, therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2021 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month and urge all citizens to recognize the contributions made by members of the LGBTQ+ community and to actively promote the principles of equality and liberty. I'd now like to recognize Michael Robertson, Norman PFLAG, and Nathaniel Smith from Norman Pride to receive the proclamation.
Thank you. Growing up in California, I attended my first Pride in the city of San Francisco. I think the year was 2007. We had to wait in line just to access the Castro district, which contained thousands of people. I had never experienced anything like that before, as people were wearing every color of the rainbow, or leather, or hardly anything at all. It was San Francisco. Regardless, people were truly free to be themselves, including myself. You see, at the time, I had just come out as gay a few years prior, and I was not comfortable expressing my sexual orientation, especially in public. For some reason, I still felt as if I should be ashamed for just being attracted to the same sex. Pride enabled the first of many steps in changing that. When I enlisted in the military in 2009, the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy was still implemented. Back into the closet I went. Fortunately, that policy ended 2 years ago. Again, I could be myself and work on those steps into being more comfortable with who I was. Then I found out I was being stationed here in Oklahoma. First, I thought there are no gay people that are out in Oklahoma. Boy, was I wrong. As it turned out, I attended my second Pride here in the Midwest. As it turned out, I met the love of my life here in Norman. And as it turned out, I became a police officer, LGBTQ liaison, and PFLAG chapter president here in Norman. I think it's safe to say I finally feel comfortable with who I am. Now it's time to help others. The first Pride Parade in New York was a response to a violent police raid at a gay bar known as the Stonewall Inn. Key organizers, including those who would take a stance for change within law enforcement, were responsible for a historic and everlasting occasion, Pride. To many, Pride is an annual reminder of what's been achieved in human rights. For others, Pride can also be a simple yet momentous step in self-acceptance. I, for one, am proud that the city of Norman continues to support the celebration of this movement. Thank you.
Wonderful, Michael. I would just like to first off thank the Norman City Council for this proclamation of June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Pride Month is all about commemorating the bravery displayed at Stonewall. When faced with violence and hatred, a group of LGBTQ+ Americans decided to stand up for their right to be who they are. By recognizing June as LGBTQ Pride Month, Norman is not only showing that it is continuing its promise to be a more inclusive city, but it is empowering its LGBTQ community to show all of their colors without trepidation. LGBTQ+ rights have come a long way in the past few years, but there's still a long way to go. Recognizing that your LGBTQ+ community is a vital part of the city of Norman shows that our rights are of importance to you all. We need to continue this trend of supporting our LGBTQ youth in this city that they call home. This fight is not over, but with leaders like all of you, we are getting closer to living a life without fear of prejudice based on sexual orientation or gender identification. I just want to thank you all again, and I look forward to our continued collaboration with the city of Norman.
Thank you both for joining us. And while we've got you, I believe we have a couple events coming up if you would like to share those.
Yes, so this weekend is going to be Pride Month kickoff. It is going to be, let me check the location really quick. So we'll be there and PFLAG will also be there. Okay, I don't have the location right off
I got you.
my hand. Perfect.
It's going to be at Andrews Park, Saturday, June 5th at 11 a.m. And that should probably go till about 1 o'clock.
And
And-
then,
I was going to say, when can we expect Norman's Pride Festival?
so Norman's Pride Festival is going to be October, the first weekend of October, which is the 8th, 9th, and 10th. So that Friday will be our kickoff party. Saturday will be the festival. And then, of course, Sunday will be the parade.
Awesome. Anything else?
You can catch us at any of the art walks. We'll be at all of those.
Perfect. Well, thank you both for all that you do in our community. I feel like we've got the easy part of reading words from a dais or in front of a screen, and you are all out doing the work in the field, and I deeply appreciate it. Thank you. And you too, Chair Malden with the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. On to item 5, Resolution 2021-126, commemorating Monday, May 31st, 2021 as the 100th anniversary of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the resolution.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously.
Thank you. A resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, commemorating the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Whereas in the early 20th century, de jure segregation confined Tulsa's Black residents into the Greenwood District, which they built into a thriving community with a nationally renowned entrepreneurial center known as Black Wall Street. And whereas the city of Norman operated similarly to Tulsa as a segregated community, enforced through sundown town practices from 1889 to 1967. And whereas the United States, up through the 1964 Civil Rights Act and 1965 Voting Rights Act, white supremacy and racist violence went largely unchecked by the justice system. And whereas amidst a climate of white racial hostility and resentment resulting from Black economic success, reports of an alleged and disputed incident on the morning of May 30th, 1921, between a Black man and a white woman caused Tulsa's white community, including the Tulsa Tribune, to call for the accused Black man's lynching. And whereas on May 31st, 1921, a mob of armed white men descended upon Tulsa's Greenwood District and launched what is now known as the Tulsa Race Massacre. And whereas over a period of 24 hours, the white mob's violence led to the death of an estimated 300 Black residents, as well as over 800 reports of injuries. And whereas the white mob looted, damaged, burned, or otherwise destroyed approximately 40 square blocks of the Greenwood District, including an estimated 1,256 homes of Black residents, as well as virtually every other structure, including churches, schools, businesses, a hospital, and a library, leaving nearly 9,000 Black Tulsans homeless and effectively wiping out tens of millions of dollars in Black prosperity and wealth in Tulsa. And whereas in the wake of the Tulsa Race Massacre, the governor of Oklahoma declared martial law, and units of the Oklahoma National Guard participated in the mass arrest of all or nearly all of Greenwood's surviving residents, specifically removing them from Greenwood to other parts of Tulsa and unlawfully detaining them in holding centers. And whereas Oklahoma local and state governments dismissed claims arising from the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre for decades, and the event was effectively erased from collective memory and history until in 1997, the Oklahoma State Legislature finally created a commission to study the event. And whereas on February 28th, 2001, the commission issued a report that detailed for the first time the extent of the massacre and decades-long efforts to suppress its recollection. And whereas, despite the Tulsa Race Massacre Commission confirming their roles in the massacre, no law enforcement official nor any of the hundreds of white mob members who participated in the violence were ever prosecuted or held accountable for the hundreds of lives lost and tens of millions of dollars of Black wealth destroyed, nor was any compensation ever provided to the massacre's victims or their descendants. And whereas in 2021, the history of violence against Black people in the United States reflects the ongoing fight and significant disparities in the areas of wealth, educational attainment, entrepreneurship, home ownership, healthcare, and life expectancy. And whereas the year 2021 marks the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Now, therefore, let it be resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Norman, Oklahoma. They do hereby recognize the forthcoming centennial of the Tulsa Race Massacre, acknowledge the historical significance of this event as one of the largest single instances of state-sanctioned violence against Black people in American history, honor the lives and legacies of the estimated 300 Black individuals who were killed during the massacre and the nearly 9,000 Black individuals who were left homeless and penniless. Condemn the participants of the Tulsa Race Massacre, including white municipal officials and law enforcement who directly participated in or who aided and abetted the unlawful violence. Condemn efforts to cover up the truth and shield the white community and especially state and local officials from accountability for the Tulsa Race Massacre. Condemn the continued legacy of racism, including systemic racism and white supremacy against Black people in the United States, particularly in the form of police brutality. Encourage education about the Tulsa Race Massacre, including the horrors of the massacre itself, the history of white supremacy that fueled the massacre, and subsequent attempts to deny or cover up the massacre. And commit to supporting policies and efforts to achieve equity and inclusion among our city's residents, regardless of race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, disability, political affiliation, or zip code. Be it further resolved, the City of Norman encourages the local community, local agency, and all respective community members at large to recognize, increase awareness, further educate, and condemn any form of discrimination. I would now like to recognize Reverend A. Byron Coleman III and Dr. Sherry L. Coleman of 5th Street Missionary Church in Oklahoma City to receive this resolution.
Thank you to Mayor Bria Clark. Thank you for those remarks, to Cynthia Allen, who sent us the email, of course, the City Council and the City of Norman, Oklahoma, for recognizing the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre that took place 100 years ago. We thank you for acknowledging the nearly 9,000 to 11,000 African Americans who were instantly made homeless and the 300 plus who lost their lives. This tragic event, as stated by your mayor, began on May 31st, 1921, continued on to June 1st, and was the result of rumors and lies regarding a supposed inappropriate encounter between a Black man and a white woman. 107-year-old Miss Viola Fletcher, a survivor, testified before a congressional committee last week on this horrific event. And she began by stating in her opening remarks, at 107 years old, I've come to get justice from my country. There are many lessons that we can learn from this event, but probably the greatest lesson for us is to remember. Someone once said, those who fail to learn from the past are bound to repeat it.
So we're here today. We must honor the victims, survivors, and descendants. Learn from the past and create a better future so that what happened 100 years ago does not happen again. Doing that will make each of our cities beacons of hope and places of infinite possibilities, which inevitably will make our entire country a prosperous place, absent of racism and prejudice. So thank you so much for this acknowledgement.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you guys for being here tonight, and have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
On to item 6, council announcements. We'll start with Ward 1, Councilmember Studley.
I don't have any announcements right now.
Okay. Ward 2, Councilmember Schuler.
Same, no announcements at this moment.
All right. Ward 3, Councilmember Patron.
I don't have any announcements at the moment, but I'm really grateful that we had this, well, both proclamations, but I just wanted to share really quickly that that commission that was born in 1997 explains why I, as a lifelong Oklahoman, didn't learn about the Tulsa Race Massacre until my junior year of college. So it was not in any of our Oklahoma history books, our US history books. And I am concerned that we're seeing an exerted effort by people in power to send us back to whitewashed, sanitized Oklahoma and US history. And it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that that cannot and will not happen. And that we all understand that those of us who are in the majority are not subjects of racism. Racism is also a power structure. And so oftentimes I'm seeing these same leaders throw around words like, that's so racist against white people, when in fact that is impossible when you are sitting in the position of the majority. So I am, it just is a lot to be thinking about, and I don't ever want us to get to a place where we're comfortable with legislation that attempts to hide this type of history, and as the pastor so eloquently reminds us, condemning us to potentially repeat such atrocities. And let's make no mistake, that was state-sponsored terrorism as well, so domestic terrorism. So I'm grateful for this proclamation as well.
Thank you, Councilor Patron. Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I also want to just express my gratitude that we're in a position to be able to do proclamations like this and to be able to hear from members of our community of our history that we do need to recognize and learn from as we move forward. I also want to thank Norman residents living in Ward 4 and throughout Norman who have been or are currently civically engaged with issues that affect all of us, including reducing homelessness, clean water, zoning change requests that directly impact neighbors, neighborhoods, and the environment, equity and inclusion, public transit, access to high-speed internet, public safety, public health, stormwater mitigation, and government accountability and transparency in our city, our county, and our state. It should come as no surprise that these are all complex issues, and no ward, including mine, can claim that we come to the same conclusion about any of these issues. Democracy is messy, and that's okay. Each one of you has direct access to your elected representatives and to the hundreds of city employees who show up every day to do the work of providing essential services to keep our city running 24/7. It's personal, it's local, and this is where your voice matters. There are 30 items on the agenda tonight dealing with the mundane to the monumental, ending with a public hearing on our FYE 22 budget. So for each of those of you who are watching from home or participating later with comments, thank you for sharing your time and your talents with us, and we are listening. I also wanted to comment on so many that I've heard from regarding the city of Norman acquiring property in Ward 4 at the corner of Carter and Alameda with multiple perspectives and points of view. Above all, I hear the compassion and concern for our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, who were encamped at this location, and many people wondering where they are now. Information was provided by the city manager in the last day that indicates that there has been outreach by the Continuum of Care team partners to 23 people who were most recently visited at the Carter and Alameda property. 10 men and 2 women are currently housed. All 12 are known to our partners of in the Continuum of Care over an extended period of time. One since as far back as 2015, 3 since 2018, 3 since 2019, 4 since 2020, and 1 since January of 2021. 9 more people, 5 men and 2 women, have housing plans in progress and are actively engaged with case managers. All 9 are also known to our partners over an extended period of time. 1 since 2008, 1 since 2015, 1 since 2016, 2 since 2017, 2 since 2018, 1 since 2020, and 1 since March of 2021. So out of 23 people, 12 are currently housed, 9 have housing plans in progress, and 2 people are not currently engaging with the Continuum of Care staff. At the City of Norman Emergency Shelter, open since December of 2020, 226 unduplicated individuals have spent at least one night there and have had access to case managers on site each night. If they chose to engage, any COC resource is made available to them. I'm grateful that the City of Norman has recognized the continuing need to provide a safe place to shelter at night. We are currently seeing 16 to 20 people each night and have committed to keeping the shelter open until the end of June, several months longer than we anticipated because of the demonstrated need and also our ability to identify additional resources to be able to accomplish this. We have to acknowledge our successes when we have them, as well as recognize the flaws and failures that we know exist. There are multiple paths forward that are currently being explored to reduce homelessness in our community, and I believe this is a shared goal that we're all working towards. The other thing I would like to mention is there is going to be a Community Planning and Transportation Committee chaired by Councilmember Holman, meeting this Thursday, May 27th at 4 p.m. by Zoom, one of our last Zoom meetings, I believe. And one of the items on the agenda is taking our next steps on moving forward with a visibility ordinance. And this has been in draft form for several years now. Sometimes the wheels of government turn slowly, but the pandemic has slowed this work down, but it's also a topic of great interest to many people who I hear from across Norman. So I invite you to attend that meeting on Thursday, and have quite a few more comments, but I'll be saving those for agenda items that are under consideration tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ward 5, Councilmember Nash.
No announcements this week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good to have you back. Hope that new baby's doing well. Ward 6, Councilmember Foreman.
Not a whole lot to say. I'm just sort of appreciating, wish I had this behind me. That's the sun, not heaven's gates. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Ward 6 is very happy. We haven't had hailstorms or E. coli lately, so I think we're doing quite well. And I would just say to the members of the public, people who are signed up to speak, I have a feeling we're going to be talking about some stuff we might be feeling very passionate about tonight, and just be respectful of everyone's different feelings and opinions. Even if they disagree with you, everybody has a right to be heard before their council. So please, let's all be respectful of one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ward 7, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I do just want to echo some of the comments from other council members. A lot of very important issues going on, and having people in the public involved in helping the city council make decisions and addressing, like Councilmember Hall put it, a lot of the mundane issues that you see like on the agenda tonight that are everyday things that have to be done, that aren't a matter of political parties and ideology. It's the everyday operations of the built environment that we are all living in around us. And that's what I love about local government. I've mentioned it so many times, is that it's the closest to the people. It's the one that really impacts you the most, because it's the traffic lights, it's the sidewalks, it's the services. That's all your local government at work, and it's the one you have the most access to. And I'm really looking forward to getting back to in-person meetings and being able to see people at City Hall again, and have people get up at the podium and just be able to interact in that way. I think it's really important to the processes that we go through in making these big decisions. And so I just appreciate the comments previously made by other council members. And I also want to thank Michael Robertson and Sage, both Ward 7 residents. I'm very proud to have both of you in my area, and all the work that you've done for the city of Norman. And I especially appreciate Michael sharing that story with us. I think that's very important, and it speaks a lot about the type of place Norman is to live in. And so also want to echo as well the CPT meeting on Thursday. We will be getting our monthly transit ridership report. So everybody that's interested in public transit, this is the committee where we talk about it every month, and we get updates from city staff on projects, ridership, anything like that that's going on. So if you have questions related to public transit, any comments, anything like that, suggestions, please feel free to email your council member. You can email me at ward7@normanok.gov. I will be happy to bring those topics up to our staff and get answers. So that's a good one. And like was said, we have the visitability ordinance. We have a discussion, a follow-up on that, really, as was mentioned, has been delayed due to COVID and has just been a long process fleshing it out, which sometimes is the case when you're trying to get a policy right. And so I encourage everybody to please, show up on Thursday or send in your emails and questions or things ahead of time, and we'll try to address those as we move forward. So other than that, I do just want to thank staff, our city staff, that's always doing a pretty great job of addressing issues that come up, whether it be storms or wild animals, water issues. There's all sorts of issues that come up out of nowhere that we don't expect, that we haven't dealt with before, and they can happen in the middle of the night. And so I think we have a pretty great staff overall, and I appreciate the work that they do. So that is really all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ward 8, Councilmember Peacock.
Thanks. Yeah, just really quickly, I want to recognize fellow Ward 8 resident, Dr. Song. I look forward to voting for their appointment to the Human Rights Commission tonight. That's it.
All right, thank you. I've got a few announcements, not quite as deep and heavy as my colleagues, but things coming in Norman. On Saturday, Westwood Aquatic Center opens. So don't know if we'll get more rain, probably will, but hey, it's summertime. We also have a summer breeze this Sunday in Lions Park. I believe that usually starts around 7 p.m. And then in addition to commemorating the Tulsa Race Massacre, they have a whole slate of events going on that I encourage you to check out. And their website is simple. It's tulsa2021.org. Their big concert on Monday, the 31st, is actually being headlined by John Legend. Stacey Abrams and President Biden are coming down for the anniversary. So it's getting national attention. And I'm glad that we are giving it the due pause and reflection that it deeply deserves. So, all right, moving on. Item 7, the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the City Council can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. I need a motion to place items 8 through 23 on the consent docket.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to place items 8 through 23 on the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The consent docket has been placed unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8, Mayor's appointment of Dr. Haerong Song to the Human Rights Commission. Item 9, Finance Director's Investment Report as of April 30th, 2021. Item 10, Monthly Departmental Reports for the month of April 2021. Item 11, Bid 2021-64, Contract 2021-120 with Rudy Construction Company in the amount of $134,850 and associated bonds for the FYE 2021 Campus Corner Capital Improvement Project, resolution granting tax exempt status and budget appropriation. Item 12, authorization for the purchase of one 35-foot electric transit bus from Gillig in the amount of $914,242, utilizing the Commonwealth of Virginia contract. Item 13, consent to encroachment for 4405 Cannon Drive. Item 14, acceptance of a donation of 8 Weber gas pellet grills valued at $5,805.58 from Lowe's to be used by the Norman Fire Department. Item 15, amendment number 6 to contract 1617-114 with PDG LLC doing business as Planning Design Group in the amount of $40,000 for a revised contract amount of $1,787,150 to provide professional architectural design services for the Griffin Park Sports Complex and budget transfer between project accounts. Item 16, final acceptance and final payment of contract 2021-13 with Cavens Construction Group LLC for the Rotary Park Restroom Construction Project. Item 17, change order number 1 to contract 2021-78 with Nash Construction Company Incorporated for the Street Maintenance Bond Program ADA Ramp Repair Project, FYE 2021 locations, increasing contract by $10,701.66 for a revised amount of $80,334.66 and final acceptance of the project. Item 18, contract 2021-114A, by and between the Norman Municipal Authority and Tricor Group LLC in the amount of $30,500 to provide engineering services related to design, bidding, and construction of the Norman Compost Facility Scale House. Item 19, contract 2021-127, acquisition agreement with Historic Berry Farms LLC regarding the final resolution of an acquisition of a sidewalk easement and payment of other compensation relating to real property for the Lindsay Street Improvement Project. Item 20, easement 2021-83, acceptance of a permanent sidewalk easement from Historic Berry Farms LLC for the Lindsay Street Improvement Project. Item 21, authorization to submit a 2021 Community Hope Centers application for contract 2021-124, a child care provider contract with the Oklahoma Department of Human Services to allow for reimbursement of child care services provided at City of Norman Park facilities, including an addendum granting permission for a city representative to serve as the primary point of contact, sign any documentation, and engage in communications. Item 22, resolution 2021-123, appropriating $9,462.50 from the reimbursement citizen sidewalk account to replenish the citywide sidewalk and curb reconstruction project, the 50/50 program. Item 23, resolution 2021-127, appropriating $22,228.57 from the Westwood fund balance to be used for an emergency leak repair at the Westwood Family Aquatic Center. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the consent docket.
Aye.
Second.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I just wanted to draw attention to agenda item number 11, the Campus Corner Capital Improvement Project, and just want to take a moment to thank the city staff. This was a project that came together with collaboration across multiple departments with Ms. Sarah Kaplan, Public Works, just a variety of people in response to needs identified by the Campus Corner merchants. So I really appreciate the effort that has gone into this. They've been working on it for several months, and I'm really pleased to see this on the consent agenda tonight. So I just wanted to say thank you for all of their effort.
Excellent. Any other comments from council? I think mine would only be to say thank you for the grant for the electric bus that we are able to add to our fleet. Councilmember Holman, I saw you on mute. Oh. All right. Okay. Seeing no other comments, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Chatrone.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Peacock. Oops, skipped you. Sorry. Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Consent docket is passed unanimously.
Thank you. Item 24, consideration of the bid for the purchase of $13,500,000 general obligation bond series 2021 and vote to award said bonds to the lowest bidder complying with the notice and sale and instructions to bidders. I need a motion to accept or reject the bids meeting specifications and award the bid in the amount of 0.611889% from Huntington Securities as the lowest and best bidder meeting specifications.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize our Finance Director, Mr. Anthony Francisco, to make a presentation on the bids. Anthony's presentation will cover both the bids and the following ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. And yes, I will speak briefly about items 24 and 25. You'll recall that council called the notice for these bids to be received for the first half of the bonds that were authorized by the Norman voters on April the 6th for a total of $27 million worth of general obligation bonds to continue the 5-year resurfacing program for streets that we have had in place for about 20 years now. But it's a great honor to present these bids to you at a rate of 0.61%, which is, it's a 5-year deal, but it's tax exempt, but it's stunning that rates are this low. But just it's a good time to be borrowing money. Let's put it that way. And we hope that this will continue into the near future. We have members of our bond counsel team and our financial advisory team on the call with us. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to try to respond to them. But in order to close the bonds by the end of this fiscal year and keep our property tax levy where it is, which is something that we always hope to do and that we promise to the voters, we do need to close by June the 30th. So you will see that there's an emergency clause on item 25, and we do need a supermajority to pass that clause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francisco. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Pretty cut and dry. Excellent job, Mr. Francisco. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing none. Are there any final questions from council regarding this item? Councilmember Holman.
Just want to say thank you, echo that to Anthony for all of his work, and just some really good news, I think, and we need some of that. Thank you.
Agreed. The motion on the floor is to approve the item that we have before us, which is acceptance of awarding said bonds to the lowest bidder. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The bid was awarded unanimously.
Thank you. Item 25, ordinance 2021-48 on first, second, and final reading, providing for the issuance of general obligation bond series 2021 in the amount of $13,500,000 authorized at an election held for such purpose, prescribing forms of bonds and registration, designating the registrar, providing for levy of annual tax for payment of principal and interest, approving forms of a continuing disclosure agreement and official statement, and declaring an emergency. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on first reading by title only.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none, are there any additional public comment regarding this item?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on first reading by title only. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman. Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Mayor Clark. Oh, yeah, sorry, Matt. Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance on first reading is adopted unanimously.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading unanimously.
I didn't vote, Ellen.
Sorry, Stephen. Councilmember Holman?
I guess I'll vote yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now it passes unanimously. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject emergency section 10.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve emergency section 10. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted unanimously. Is that final or second? Okay.
That was the emergency. That was emergency.
Oh, that
And
was
now-
emergency.
Now I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Oh, Catherine's saying we didn't do the emergency. That was second.
We just did the emergency.
She's, well, okay. What do y'all think? Okay.
That was the emergency.
She said, okay, all right. Sorry, city attorneys mess up too.
Let's say, is this like a test or something? I know there's like 4 in a row, but I'm pretty confident we. Okay, I will now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler,
For the fourth time, aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
I think Foreman's before me. Sorry, Ellen.
oh man.
So glad it happened.
I think the agenda.
Okay, let's try again. Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Okay, it's all adopted unanimously.
Moving on from that item. Item 26, a revised preliminary plat for Turtle Crossing Addition located south of East Lindsay Street, approximately 1/2 mile east of 24th Avenue Southeast. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Sean Rieger, the attorney representing the applicant, to make a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be very brief with this one. This is a preliminary plat, which I'll put on screen for you. This is only a preliminary plat item, and it's a revised preliminary plat from last year when the council approved a larger area of a preliminary plat previously. The location is Lindsay Street, East Lindsay Street, and Southeast 24th Avenue, right in this kind of the trapezoidal shape here in the middle. The zoning is not being changed. There's no land use change with this. The zoning is already RM6 and RM2. Last year, the council changed this to a PUD on the north end. We're leaving it as RM6 and RM2 on the south end. And the only thing before you tonight is to take what was a preliminary plat previously without the lot shown and turning it into the lots. So that will then be basically mostly duplexes here. Almost all of these are duplexes. There is one single family house right here. The rest are all duplexes, about 74 residential dwelling units. That's it. That's the extent of the proposal tonight. There's no variances requested. There's no zoning change. The development will comply with all subdivision regulations, all engineering design guidelines, and staff recommends approval. So with that, we would ask for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rieger. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none. Oh, nope. Okay.
Sorry.
Councilmember Studley.
So, and maybe I should have done a little bit more research into this originally, what it originally was going to be, but what are your plans for stormwater drainage from all of these additional rooftops that you're proposing in Ward 1?
Yeah, so let me put it back on screen, and if Joel Harrelson, the engineer, is on with it, I will ask him to, oops, wrong one. Let me go back to a different one here. I'll ask him to discuss it. First, let me just correct, I think this maybe is in Ward 5. Ward 1 is just north of it. We will comply with all of the engineering design guidelines. So there is detention shown, as you see, and ponds right here and right here. And our open space is about 60% open space. So our impervious coverage is far below 65%, which would be what R1 or any of the residential standards would typically allow for. So we are way below any of the impervious amounts that would typically exceed the normal restraints. And if Mr. Harrison is on, I did not see his name, but I would turn it over to him for additional comments.
Yes, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Joel.
Okay, so as far as drainage is concerned, Dave Blue Creek runs through the middle of it. So the entirety of the development drains towards Dave Blue Creek. Before any developed stormwater runoff reaches Dave Blue Creek, it will be collected in two detention ponds. One detention pond is on the west side of the creek and one is on the east.
Councilmember.
Okay, and I'm sorry, was this property to the south of Lindsay?
That's correct, Councilmember. It's just
Okay, I apologize, I misunderstood that. Yeah, that is Ward 5. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The plat's approved unanimously.
Thank you. Item 27, Ordinance 2021-39, rezoning 111 and 113 East Acre Street from R2 two-family dwelling district to SPUD, simple planned unit development. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Keith McCabe, the applicant, to make a presentation.
You're muted.
Now, can you hear me okay? Great. Okay, thank you. I have help coming in to help me here. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate being here on this momentous occasion. The fact that you brought out the LGBTQ community and the Tulsa Race Massacre. I'm the portion of tonight that I think Councilmember Holman talked about being mundane, and I hope that's my part. I just kind of quickly wanted to tell you what we've got here. We purchased this piece of property almost a year ago. I have been active in Core Norman for the last 15 years. I attended the first city charrette in 2015. I am, I think, the only builder developer that sits on the ad hoc committee for Center City Form-Based Code. I've listened to what we need and what we want as this community. I purchased this piece of property in the hopes of being able to build single-family homes that is affordable. We are existing right now. It is already R2. I'm not asking for a change. What we are asking for is when we as a builder, just to kind of give you quickly here, as a builder, when we purchase a property and we demo it voluntarily, we are now held to the subregs that are required for every brand new addition that's out there. What happens is when I do a greenfield addition, I'm allowed, I can do a 50-foot wide addition or lot on the street, 100-foot deep, which is 5,000 square foot. When Core Norman was developed in the early 1900s, we were laid out on a 25-foot lot. That's why you see so many shotgun homes on single-family lots here. So what we're proposing is we have 125-foot frontage on acres. This is the property just east over the railroad track, east of the new library. I was the builder that built the brand new home on the west side of Andrews Park because I believe in Andrews Park. I believe in this part of the city. I think this is the new place with the library, with legacy trails, and I think this is where we want to create families to come. So when this piece of property came available, I purchased it. We had this idea, and what I wanted to do, and I'm going to be honest with you here, is I wanted to be better than standard. I went out, I hired a civil engineer to do a stormwater report. I've got a stormwater report, drainage report showing that we're not going to impact the neighbors on any of my stormwater. And I want to tell you that this was not required of us, but we wanted to do this to show that it could be done. We've laid out in that report that we're going to be able to build single-family homes. We're going to be able to build an ADU in the backyard, and we're going to be able to do this correctly with a 51% impermeable groundwater resaturate rate with 49% hard surface. It's taken us probably 10 times back and forth between the gentleman that I have helped draw my plans for the gentleman that was doing the stormwater. We went back and forth for 8 months trying to get this done. So we believe we have a plan that is correct for the neighborhood. We are completely knowledgeable of city manners, what wants to be built. And I think that this is a project that's been coming since 2015. I fully understand the responsibility that's placed upon me. And I hope that you guys can support this as we move forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. McCabe. I have to say, I always appreciate how thorough you are, and you've learned to kind of anticipate the questions you are going to get from council, and it is very much appreciated. Yes. Councilmember Hall.
Well, I am in full support of this project and have appreciated working with Mr. McCabe over the last few months as he's been developing his vision for this part of Norman. And I have just a couple of questions. You touched on most of the things that I wanted to be sure and point out, but I also just wanted to say that I've been really vocal about PUDs, SPUDs, and CCPUDs and how they are used in Norman. So I just wanted to remind everyone that a simple planned unit development like this is intended to encourage development of a superior built environment, to provide for design ingenuity while protecting existing and future surrounding areas and neighborhoods. So its purpose is to promote infill development, which is what we do in Core Norman, and harmony with the adjacent uses, as well as to encourage unique, creative, progressive, and quality developments. This example of a SPUD for this project meets all of the above and more. So Mr. McCabe, just a few things that I want to make sure everybody understands about this project, to anybody who's listening. You are currently allowed under the current zoning to have a garage apartment. So that's really not what's at issue tonight. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also find yourself in the Central Norman zoning overlay district that requires a special use for 4 or more bedrooms. So you are asking for that special use. So what's the maximum number of bedrooms you're anticipating in the single family homes?
Thank you for asking. The reason what we're bringing forth in this SPUD is I plan to build single family homes that are directly geared toward a single family. And with the ADU, which will be used for multi-generational purposes, with the market right now, it's real hard to tell where the house is going to go because of the cost of material, labor. It's just crazy. So I understand that what we did, when you look at the stormwater and you look at the site plan, we have given an exact number of house size that the house can be. We've given the exact size of what the garage can be. We cannot be any bigger than that on the footprint. So by doing that, if these houses are for sale, and I hope when a customer comes to me and they want a 3-bedroom, we can do that 3-bedroom. But if they ask for a 4, that's when the SINZOG would kick in. So we understand that and we're prepared to, that's why I'm here in front of you today, is that if they come with a 4-bedroom, that's what I would like to be able to build for.
Okay, and so you're not anticipating having 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 bedrooms?
No, ma'am. I'm building single family homes for sale.
And then what is the maximum number of bedrooms you're anticipating in the garage apartment?
The garage apartment will actually be just 1 bedroom or an open loft. We are, because of the discussion that we've had in the ad hoc committee, the discussion on the auxiliary dwelling unit is we've always talked about the size. What is the correct size for an ADU? Through a lot of conversation, through a lot of people, I believe an ADU is truly supposed to be an auxiliary accessory type unit. And what I mean by that, the accessory part is I'm using 500 foot because 500 foot is the number that we seem to be in Norman comfortable with. And let me rephrase that. A lot of the people that I speak with, I want it to be part of the main living structure. I don't want it to be a separate standalone structure. That way, as I've designed this, all of the utilities are tied together. This is not this, and what we did that for purpose. We did that so that the unit would be part of the main living structure, not a complete separate unit out back. So that's why we stuck with the 500 square foot maximum.
Okay, thank you. And then if you just quickly address how you're solving your parking issues, which is also always something to consider in this part of town.
What we're doing is the existing lot right now has it has 2 curb cuts. We're asking for an additional 3rd curb cut on the front side of acres. What we're asking for is, after doing the research that we've done, we're asking for 1 parking spot up into the city, up into our lot. So that way the car is parked directly right by the sidewalk. Why I believe that not doing front parking is a legitimate concern. The next best synopsis for that is to have the car directly at the sidewalk. That way you're not completely backing the car up, moving before you get out into the street. You're actually at a standpoint. In the back of the structure, we have an accessible alley. And what we're going to do is we're going to do the 20-foot parking pad off of the alley. So we will have a 2-car garage. You will be able to maintain 2 cars inside the garage. You'll have an additional 2 cars on the parking pad. So in essence, you could have up to 5 cars on this lot, still maintaining the 51% impermeable.
Okay. And then I also wanted to speak to one of the other uses you have included in your SPUD is for storage buildings, in addition to the ADU. So how do you anticipate the use or the need for a storage building in addition to the garage and the garage apartment?
Well, what the storage building is when you talk about a storage building is not allowed to be livable. And, so we have to be very clear how we describe a storage unit or an ADU. The ADU is designed to be part of the living house, is part of being the structure. It actually allows for that ADU to be able to live in, cook in, and actually maintain the life standard safety that we present any other bedroom in a house in Norman. A storage unit is just supposed to be just that, just a storage unit. We've added, there is room to add a small something for an individual if they need to store for their bicycles or what, but I hope with the 500 square foot garage, the way that we've anticipated the length of the garage, we thought about the bicycles, we thought about the extra workbench and the things that you need. And so when you build a unit, and we talked about this here, the ADU and or storage unit cannot be any taller than the existing structure, main structure of the house, okay? So we could not build the ADU and just build a single story in the front. City already has code. You already talked about that, so we didn't need to address that. We're able to accomplish everything we want with what we have in the two-story, and that exactly fits into the existing neighborhood manners and characteristics.
Okay. And then you briefly touched on the measures that you're taking and that you did go the extra mile to get a drainage report done to mitigate stormwater and drainage. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the fact that you deliberately made the decision and have written it into your SPUD, so you're bound to it, that you are not going to exceed 51% impervious surface coverage on any of these 3 lots. So was there anything else that you wanted to add to that as to why you made that decision to restrict yourself in that way, since you could have gone up to 65%?
Sure. I have built quite a few buildings in Core Norman. And I've watched the struggles of our neighbors have with stormwater. Unfortunately, what we have is with our existing building and zoning regulations, when I build a new structure, I have to build it up. I have to make sure that the water runs off. But unfortunately, that water runoff, I can't divert it from the neighbor's property. So that's where it goes. And we have so many of our neighbors who are impacted by the new building. So learning through this process, I decided to actually be a proponent and design a lot with care, and that not only could we build this building, but I'm not going to impact the existing neighbors with any water that we have. And that's why I demanded that we be below the normal 65% that the rest of Norman adheres to. We're way below that because I will not affect my other neighbors. And we're going to be a good neighbor, and that's why we're doing it.
And I can tell you that those living around you will be grateful. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Peacock.
Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of the positives that Councilmember Hall pointed to, and commend Mr. McCabe on doing a responsible project and cultivating the kind of development that we want to see here in Norman. Embracing all the ideas of walkability, stormwater, aging in place, density, but the right kind of density, not just density for density's sake. So again, I look forward to supporting this project and look forward to seeing you continue the great work here in Norman, Mr. McCabe.
Thank you.
All right, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make any comments. Do we have any public comment? Oh, Councilmember Holman.
After public comment, I was waiting for.
Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Amanda Franklin. Is she here? No public comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I also just want to express my support for this project. Mr. McCabe has consistently gone above and beyond in his projects of what the minimum is or what's required to do what's right. And not only serving a need that we have in this area, but also the way that your projects look is complementary to the neighborhood. They look like they belong there, like they've been there among the other older houses and things like that. And that's very important to people, as we've found out over the years in the Center City process. So I just really appreciate the work that you have done already in the area. And I am definitely looking forward to seeing these new homes go up on Acre Street. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Schuler.
Sure. I just want to echo what my fellow council members have been saying about this project. Just, I think that it's really special. It's really unique. I want to thank you for your attention to detail and to really thinking thoroughly about these issues, as has been stated, about parking, stormwater, livability, all of those different things. And I think that when we think about what we want in Norman in terms of development, this is the kinds of things that we want to see. And so being able to hold you up as kind of a beacon for other projects that we want to see, I think that that's really important. And also that to show that things like this can be done, and that we can think through all of these different issues. So thank you for bringing projects like this to us.
Thank you.
Councilor Patron.
Mr. McCabe, I was basically going to say a lot of the same things. Your legacy in this city is definitely commendable. And if we could clone you, we would. I also wanted to thank you for your volunteer work on behalf of form-based code and smart development in this city, and really making it a welcoming place to live, and taking under consideration all of the many factors that have been spoken about by my colleagues here. So thanks again for a wonderful project and for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, so these are really just my final comments that several of you have already touched upon, but this really is such a unique approach. Even though it's zoned this way, what we would normally expect to see is a maximum density duplexes built that are allowed in R2, that we have an abundance in this part of Core Norman. And this is just such an excellent example of using incremental density in a neighborhood that is really dominated by small, modest single-family homes. And so by adding an ADU in the rear of the property, it just slides right in and reflects the current character of the neighborhood, while also providing a housing type in this particular way that it's going to be constructed that really isn't currently offered in this neighborhood. So that's a really big deal. And I know, Mr. McCabe, you mentioned that this was mundane. I don't see this one as mundane entrance into a new project of this kind in Core Norman. We already talked about the impervious surface, and that is such an important part of any application that I look at in Core Norman, because we have to consider it on a case-by-case basis until we have a more macro approach to addressing infrastructure in the core. And I really appreciate your use of best practices and also just your sensitivity to the project and how it will impact your neighbors, which I also just want to underline the fact of the deliberate choice he made about limiting the square footage to 500 square feet. That's not a number that's just drawn out of thin air, and it reflects Mr. McCabe's familiarity and sensitivity to this part of Norman. Most of the historic garage apartments that you see in this part of Norman are small in size and scale, and the average size of garage apartments that have been around for years and years and years is around 500 square feet. So again, he's committing to a size of a garage apartment that will be constructed in a traditional way for this neighborhood, and by also having the apartment on the second story with a garage on the first floor. Go figure. That's how it's supposed to be done in Core Norman. So thank you so much for that. And then I also just wanted to point out that he could have the choice of using this model as an investment on rental property, but has also committed to his intent to sell each of these parcels, and he doesn't intend to keep any of them. He's been a very astute observer of market trends in housing, and he's taking a risk here in proposing a unique and a creative project like this, the Gateway. So he is really trying to understand what our post-pandemic reality is going to look like. And we're seeing more and more families that are interested in multi-generational options for their families, or having a separate ADU space to continue to work from home. So he's going to be, a trailblazer in providing this kind of housing that more and more people are rethinking what their life is going to look like after the year that we've all just experienced together. And the other part that I'm really excited about is that he's picked a location that is positioned in a part of town that has high walkability. The Central Library is right down the street. Access to Legacy Trail is just down the street. Historic downtown Norman is just a few blocks away, as well as the Well and the future farmers market. It's adjacent to what is known as the Old Silk Stocking neighborhood, which is one of the oldest and most historic neighborhoods in Norman. And so he has taken all of these things into consideration to bring us an infill project that checks all of the boxes that we all have been looking for. So I appreciate so much your time and attention and your willingness to work with city staff and with me to work out the details of finally bringing this project forward. So I wish you every success.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes,
Ordinance is adopted on second reading unanimously.
thank you. I'll now
Thank
entertain.
you.
I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Foreman.
Sound alike. Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted unanimously on final reading.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 28, ordinance 2021-40, rezoning 220 South Porter Avenue from PUD Plan Unit Development District to C3 Intensive Commercial District. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Rieger again, attorney representing the applicant, to make a presentation.
Mayor Clark, this is Gunnar Joyce. I'm going to jump in on this one. Sean's going to hand it to me because I think, Councilmember Hall, this might be the mundane we were actually talking about. This is a property that is currently zoned PUD. It's on the corner of Porter Avenue and Eufaula Street. It's in Ward 4. Here is the existing building. This request has no change to the site, no change to the building. Solely bringing it out of PUD and back into what it was previously before the 2017 PUD, which was C3. And just for more information, so you guys are aware, the current PUD basically says C3 uses and then allows for motorcycle sales and services. And so by moving this back into C3, we're essentially losing that motorcycle sales and services. No change requested to the 2025 plan, which is designated as commercial uses. Just to orient yourselves again to the site, here's the existing building. This is a gym currently. It's not a very updated picture. And then leasable tenant space for this building. All of it will be governed by the C3 allowable uses and restrictions if this is approved. And so just to wrap it up real quick, basically the reason we're here is that 2017 PUD was really tailored to a specific tenant of the building for motorcycle sales and services. It's no longer there. And so we're bringing it back into the current or the previous C3 zoning. Staff report quote noted that there is no negative impact on surrounding properties because it is surrounded by C3 uses. No protests that we're aware of, and Planning Commission recommended approval. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. Do we have any questions from council regarding this item? Councilor Patron.
Just a point of information, not with respect necessarily to this particularly, but it was my understanding that once the PUD use was no longer live, that it reverted back anyway. Is that not the case?
So that is a special use restriction. So if the special use for a specific use to a property stops, there's basically a 2-year window. And if it's out for 2 years, then it reverts back. They lose the special use for the property. But a PUD or a SPUD is tied to the property basically forever.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome.
Any other questions from council regarding this item? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comment regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
Mary Frances, is she in? Did she leave? Oh, did you want to talk? Caleb Creed. Yes, that too. You had two, yeah. Okay, no, I don't.
Thank you. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember Hall.
I'm not going to call this mundane, Mr. Joyce, but this is pretty straightforward and pretty simple. I always appreciate property owners going through the steps that they need to do to accomplish what they want to do with their property. So I'm glad to see that they are having a different way forward now, and appreciate being able to get them launched in the direction that they want to go.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley?
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler?
Aye.
Councilmember Patron?
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley,
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Nash,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on final reading unanimously.
Thank you. Item 29, Resolution 2021-128, appropriating $9,500,000 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 funding from the Special Grants Fund balance to supplement available public safety sales tax funding for the construction of the Emergency Operations Center. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
I think Councilmember Hall wanted to second it. Muted it a little quickly. I'd now like to recognize our city manager, Daryl Pyle, for a presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is brought to you in preparation for council's consideration and or action regarding an amendment to the current fiscal year budget of 1/2 of the amount of American Rescue Plan money received by the city of Norman last week. The city is in receipt of the first payment of $11,122,000 at last Thursday's Finance Committee meeting. Members of the council who were present requested staff prepare an amendment to the current fiscal year budget to allow council the opportunity to discuss a potential appropriation to advance the development of the Emergency Operations Center. So this item is here for your discussion and consideration, and Mr. Francisco, our finance director, is also available to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Councilmember Studley.
Is this the same thing that went up to vote in August?
This item is not actually. The funding for the Emergency Operations Center was provided for by the voters of the public safety sales tax measure. Early on, there were several projects identified for a bond measure that went out to fund a radio system and 2 fire stations and the development of the Emergency Operations Center. The center does require additional funding to complete the project as scoped by the PSST Oversight Committee.
But that's what I'm saying, wasn't this in the vote that we all voted, or that the citizens got to vote on in August, that got voted down?
These supplemental funds were one of the proposals that were included in that proposed issue.
Okay. So I just want to say I am really concerned about spending our money for COVID relief on this, especially since our voters didn't approve this in August. I believe that money could be used for the people who lost homes or jobs or businesses, things that will actually help the citizens individually in our community. So I just don't think that this is appropriate use of those funds.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Would staff mind going over kind of the scope of what is, for those that may not know anything about the Emergency Operations Center that might be watching, what is this facility going to do? What's going to be in there? What what is the purpose of this and why are we asking for these additional funds to get it done.
I don't know if Chief Foster wants to respond to this and add to what I may say, but the Emergency Operations Center has been needed and envisioned for many years. It was, as the city manager talked about, included in the 2014 Public Safety Sales Tax 2 vote, and it was approved there for about $6.5 million. It was included in a bond proposal that the Norman Municipal Authority passed in 2015. But in order to build the facility at the full scope that is envisioned and needed by the Public Safety Sales Tax Oversight Committee, as was discussed in the recommendation from the committee that was in council's packet, additional funds are needed. Basically, what will go in there are all of the dispatch functions of the city that are now down in the basement of Building B in the police headquarters building. It will include the Traffic Operations Center, which we have grant money for the equipment, but this will house those facilities. It will also house the Emergency Operations Center, which is now in a small space in Fire Station 7, and will enable those facilities to be more adequately housed. It will be in a hardened facility off-site from the municipal campus, which is important for the storm systems that frequent the Norman area, and it will be designed to withstand a direct hit from an F4 tornado, and that is one of the things that would not be able to be done within the available funds. So again, it's a very important facility that's been talked about for a very long time and needed, and the design has been completed. It's just that we have been awaiting funds to do the complete project.
I appreciate that, Anthony. I don't know if Chief or anybody else has anything they might want to add to that or not. I don't know if they're on or not. No. Okay. Yeah, those are just, I'm definitely familiar with this project, and that's definitely some of the reasons that I've supported moving forward with it to this point, is that I have felt like it can't be halfway built. So we either have to commit to building it the way it needs to be built or continue to delay it. And there are definitely issues that come with delaying it. I mean, right now, our emergency dispatch system is, as you mentioned, run out of the basement of the police department. And there's no more room to add any other dispatchers, which are needed. And the basement of the police department is not ADA compliant, which means that job currently excludes people with disabilities as far as mobility. There is no way for them to get in and out of the police department basement. And that's been a big topic when it comes to that specific position and why we needed to get that function out of the police department basement. There were also issues with its proximity to the train tracks, and if there were ever some sort of derailment or some sort of emergency or a liquid spill of some sort, that the basement of the police department would be flooded most likely. And that is where, again, where our dispatch system is currently housed. So that would be very problematic as well. And then not building the facility to the extent that it can withstand a severe storm or a significant type of tornado that we're probably unlikely to see in Norman, but we've seen it very close to Norman. And so I've definitely felt that we can't halfway build the facility. We can't, as has been demonstrated before, it can't be hardened later because of the elements that go into the construction have to be done at the beginning. And so those are some of the issues with the EOC and why I have felt that it's a very important project to get done. I do also share the concern of Councilmember Studley of the use of these funds. We are given this money by the federal government to use for COVID relief or other types of ways to improve how our community responds to crisis. I do feel that this facility fits in with that, but it is a lot of money. And I think we should all, question and be very conscious about decisions we're making when it comes to spending this type of money on one single project. And I would kind of feel that way towards anything that we'd be looking at, especially in the time of tight budgets and, a lot of needs, increasing needs in the community in a variety of different areas. So I appreciate the clarification for those watching about what the EOC is and what it will do there. The traffic control management, I would just mention again, is a big one as well. I feel that was something that was approved by voters, that function of the city. And if it works the way I think it will and the way it has in some of the cities that we used as examples, it will hopefully help make our streets safer and help traffic flow better, and which would hopefully be safer for pedestrians and everyone all around. So there's a lot that goes into this facility, but like I said, I do agree with the concerns about the cost of it as well. So, and I'm concerned that it's not going to get cheaper to build it anytime soon as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chief King, I saw your hand go up at some point. Did you have something to add?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I was just I didn't want to step on Chief Foster if he was in or available to talk, but I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Holman was saying and what I do agree with. I believe it's the sentiment of the Public Safety Sales Tax Committee that if these funds don't get appropriated to the EOC, that we can just delay until they do become available. I think that is important, especially for our dispatch center, getting a facility that they can fit in properly and grow into, I think is important. And then keeping that hardened aspect of it, I think is very important. So that was just my 2 cents. And thank you for calling on me.
I appreciate that, Chief King. Councilmember Peacock.
Thank you. Say we were to approve this tonight, do we have a breakdown of, what we're looking to spend the remainder of the ARP funds on?
No.
Right now, there aren't any other requests of the first allocation. And this is an item for consideration and discussion during council's scheduled retreat in July. There's another $11,122,000 anticipated in the upcoming fiscal year as well.
Thank you for that. I think I share the concerns that have kind of been relayed already tonight, and I'd probably feel a lot better about those concerns if I kind of knew what the rest of the money was earmarked for, before making this vote. And kind of, I guess, to that point, is there the possibility of maybe earmarking a portion of this money, maybe not the full 9 and change, putting it aside for a future fund for this project?
These dollars will need to be programmed by calendar year 2024 and will need to be spent by calendar year 2026 or refunded to the federal government.
Okay. Well, that's not going to happen. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Schuler.
Sure. Yeah, I had a similar question to Councilmember Peacock, just on kind of feeling like, understanding where the rest of this money was going to be spent. That would make me feel a lot better on, what are we thinking about in terms of appropriating some of this other money? Where is that going? Is that going towards kind of people-centered items that as we're thinking about, where this relief money is going? But I was wondering if you could give some clarification on to us and then to members of the public on the guidelines on how we are restricted to use this money, and how that might be different from past money that we have been appropriated from the federal government.
Yeah, and that's something that I was remiss in talking about, Councilmember Schuler, is what qualifies this project under the guidelines that have been issued under the interim final rule, as has come down from the United States Department of Treasury. There are several categories that were discussed in the council memo that are eligible for the ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan funds, and that are different really from the CARES Act funds that we got previously. The CARES Act funds were reimbursement funds for expenditures that the city had already made for COVID expenditures, particularly for our frontline personnel in public safety in particular, in responding to the COVID pandemic. So once those reimbursement funds were received by the city, there weren't as many restrictions on them as there are for the ARPA funds. But one of the categories for the ARPA funds is pandemic relief and preparations for a future pandemic. I'll read just from the memo about the particular area that we believe that qualifies this project. In the interim final rule, it says, capital investments in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs, such as physical plant improvements or adaptations to public buildings to implement COVID-19 mitigation tactics. So again, the whole purpose of this building is emergency response and emergency medical response by our ambulance providers and by our fire department emergency medical responders. That's what we do in pandemic response and what we did in the COVID pandemic. We will be able to do that much better as the COVID pandemic continues and in a future pandemic with a modern, up-to-date, and up to standard and meeting our needs for emergency dispatch. And that's what qualifies this facility. And if I have left out anything, I'll turn it over to the city attorney. But again, we believe that this project meets those guidelines very well.
Councilmember Schuler, another component when we talk about other things, the dollars have not been earmarked. The total of about $22,288,000. It is discretionary for the council as long as the choices council makes fall within the federal guidelines. Other things that had been discussed include things like a remodel of the building at 718 North Porter that the city of Norman will acquire in about August of this year as part of a real property transaction with Norman Regional Healthcare Systems. That building was identified as a site for the permanent warming center, so the city doesn't scramble each year looking for a location for that particular facility. Also discussed for uses of that building that we think fit the category very well, services through the continuum of care and other nonprofits that support our homeless community and aligning them with services. So those are just a couple of the conversation topics that have come up, but these dollars are at the discretion of the council. And as long as they fall within those guidelines, we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, just a follow-up question to that in terms of how we're thinking about getting public input on these other dollars that we're spending. What does that process look like? Have we thought about that, since we do have until, as you said, 2024 to program them and then 2026 to expend them. So we do have a little bit of time to kind of think thoroughly and carefully through how we're going to utilize these funds. So what does that look like?
The mayor has proposed that council take this subject into consideration during your retreat and kick all those potentials around and bring back to the public for conversation.
And the retreat is mid-July.
Right. Thank you.
Councilor Patron.
Thank you. I share many of the concerns that my colleagues here have raised. First, I would say we know that there's an infrastructure bill that is in the works right now. And so it seems to me that this particular facility would be eligible for those funds as well. And this particular facility is not the only facility now that council has allocated money towards that now finds itself in a, it was fully funded when council voted for it, like the senior center and the multi-sport facility. But we find ourselves in a time when construction costs are at an all-time high. So both of those projects are now underwater. I think the senior center needs another $1 million, and the multi-sport facility is going to need another $5 million. Fortunately, we can get that from TIF funds, which I would certainly suggest. They're just sitting in an account. So that problem is likely not going to be an issue, but the senior center certainly is, as is the build out of the facility that Mr. Pyle just mentioned. Further, I have concerns, and I may have just answered the question, but as of a year ago, Councilmember Studley, you are correct. We did send this particular project to the voters. At that time, because I pulled it up just to make sure, I was like, how did this get more expensive? We had $6.5 million set aside from PSST monies for this project, and we asked the voters if they would approve $8 million to fully fund the facility. They said no, and now we need $9 million. Again, I assume that, and if I'm wrong, someone please correct me, but it's because materials right now are astronomical, incredibly expensive. And so it might behoove us to wait a little bit so that our dollar really is being stretched, rather than paying premium pricing. And that's definitely something that Councilmember Schuler, I agree with you that we need to hear from the public on what they think about that, because they told us that they didn't want it at $8 million. Well, do you want it at 9? Again, it's not their taxes, but it is their taxes too. They have a one-time shot. It's coming from their federal taxation, not their city dollars. Speaking on that, city taxes, I don't know why in a year, if this continued to be an issue, why more money from PSST was not put aside to start chipping away at getting this fully funded. So I'm wondering at that point if, since we're already talking about going back to the voters with PSST 2, why wouldn't this be tacked on to PSST 2? So I believe that there are coalitions out there that will be working hard to get that vote out. And so I don't think they would have any problem getting the support that they needed for raising taxes to get this vision fully realized in that way as well. So that's a few of the different concerns that I have, but there's also just an equity or optics issue here too that is rather concerning to me. When a week ago I sat in this very same chair and spoke to you all about how the poor amongst us are still getting bills sent to their mailboxes each month, telling them that they're really bad people for not being able to pay their water on time. But we definitely we're going to spend half of the recovery dollars to put into a building at the most expensive construction cost time. I mean, these are things that I don't know how we square this, but it needs to be that these dollars are, the people of the city really feel like that it's servicing them. And I understand that the Emergency Operations Center is extremely important. I don't disagree with that at all. I just think that we can't completely turn our backs on the people who need us, like right now. And Councilmember Studley spoke to people who, and rents are going up as well as part of the housing crisis. They can't make their bills. And so it's not like if we pass this tonight that voila, we've got an EOC tomorrow. You still got to build it. So might it behoove us to, investigate getting those dollars from other opportunities that we know are coming? And I think those conversations are important to be had, not just by us, but by members of our community who, I'm sure there are people there that in City Hall tonight, and I look forward to hearing from them on this. But I just want us to be sensitive to all of these different issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Foreman.
I was just going to point out with the last CARES Act funding that we got, if you recall, I believe twice, I tried to pull things off of consent that we had allocated money to that I thought the public should have information input on, and that was shot down by council. Like the senior center, maybe we should talk about it, but that got shot down by council. I believe the public, they've been talking to me about this one. They have very mixed feelings. They were very clear when they were speaking with me that they shot down the bond proposition because they were basically mad at council and they didn't want their property taxes going up. So I think that definitely holds some weight with that decision. And then we talked about this at great length in our finance committee meeting last Thursday. And, I had stars in my eyes. I wanted to pay off our debt service on PSST, all sorts of things, but there's very, very tight restrictions on this. And it just so happens that the EOC fits nicely into that category. And I know it might not be the most popular thing, but I do think that that's very important to note just those tight restrictions. Like we can't widen 36. That's infrastructure, but we can't do stuff like that. So there are things that we can and can't do within these boundaries. And then correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in our meeting, it's not actually going to cost 9.5, but that's where we're going to cap it. Like we would not exceed this dollar amount. So we expect to hopefully fall under that. Is that correct, Errol?
Yes, and that is an engineer's estimate. We do not have final construction drawings. So it'd probably be another 90 days before we had final construction drawings. And then we're in a position to go out to bid. And most of these projects, you really don't know what it costs until you've taken it to the market.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall.
So I was at the Finance Committee meeting on Thursday and appreciated all of the discussion that we had there, and really appreciate the conversation that we're having tonight. And we've covered a lot of ground, so I'm not going to go over all of that, but just try to approach it from how I'm thinking about it now. I have spent a lot of time looking at the guidelines that we were provided with, and I have publicly supported in the past and continue to support the idea that if we're going to use public dollars to construct an emergency operations center, the last thing we want to do is construct a building that doesn't meet our needs from the get-go, and we know it from the get-go. So I think we've recognized that $6 million in 2015 doesn't look the same as it does in 2021. And as we pointed out, we're in a particularly unique situation with the soaring construction costs that we're seeing right now. And I'm just going to be hopeful that this is temporary. I don't know what temporary means, but that we're gonna walk out of this at some point and get back to something that is not just blowing all of our budgets out of the water right now. So while I still absolutely support trying to solve the issue of how we get the kind of emergency operations center that not only the advisory committee, but multiple people have been working on to come up with the final design plans, I'm still committed to identifying those funds as we move down the road. But what I really have come to over the weekend was when I look at all of the other things that we're talking about and this tremendous opportunity that we have with this kind of funding available to us, which does not come along very often. And I'm assuming that, this current council, this may be one of the only times that we're going to be able to talk about these things. But There's a lot of other things besides the EOC that are also important to me, which includes clean drinking water, stormwater infrastructure, expanding access to broadband and the internet, providing better behavioral health care options, including mental health, crisis intervention, services to promote access to health and social services, recovery of the hospitality sector, investing in housing and neighborhoods, which includes funding for affordable housing, which we have a pretty severe shortage of in Norman, more housing vouchers, housing navigation to neighborhoods, to allow people in those neighborhoods to have access to higher economic opportunity. We mentioned capital investments in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs, which we investigated for quite some time on Thursday to make sure that this even qualified for this kind of funding. So these are all things that are directly taken out of our interim ruling of what we can consider. And I don't know about you all, but I can come up with a $22 million list myself. And as much as I would like to solve this issue, I think there's a lot of other things that are also equally important across the board that we've been talking about for some time. And so the other thing is that, when we were making decisions about the CARES Act funding, we did it in a step-by-step fashion, really. And I really appreciate the original approach of spending significant amount of time at our council retreat to literally lay this all out, because I also checked today to make sure I understood the year 2024 and the year 2026. This is actually funds that are available to us that we can take a breath and we can be intentional about it. And so what I would like to do is really do this with all of the different projects that we're talking about that I also support, that I've just mentioned, and have dollar amounts attached to those projects, being able to look at it in a holistic way. So we're going to discover that we don't have, it seems ridiculous to say we're not going to have enough when somebody's handing over $22 million, but that is going to be the case. And so we're going to have to prioritize, how we move forward and the timeline to make sure we've got these programmed and that we can get the funds spent in the time available, because I don't intend to give any of them any dollars back to the federal government, and I'm certain the rest of you don't either. So, as much as I would like to move forward and fund this, I really would like to be able to look at all of the needs that are out there and then put that into a holistic piece that we can talk about with our residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Studley.
So when this was passed, wasn't it going to be funded by the PSST fund initially?
Yes, it is. It is initially one of the capital projects listed in PSST. So bonds were issued to cover the cost of the project early on, and right now the scope of the project is larger than the bond dollars on hand.
So how much money do we have set aside currently then for this?
Mr. Francisco, what's our current balance?
We have $6.5 million that was included in the 2015 Norman Municipal Authority bonds, but there's about $800,000 we believe will be left over from the radio communications project, part of that bond issue. So we think that there'll be about $7.3 million available from the existing 2015 Norman Municipal Authority bonds to put toward this project. And we will spend that money down first before we start to use this money. But again, we need to be able to build the building in its full scope.
So is it not possible then to build like the start of, I don't know, if you're trying to take the 911 call center out of the basement of the police department, are you not able to start a building with that and then add on like many other construction projects do? Is that not possible?
No, that discussion's been had for many years, particularly related to the proposal for the general obligation bond supplemental funds in last summer. But again, a lot of the things that have to be built are built into the foundation of the building. The footprint of the building is the footprint of the building, and you can't build a hardened facility and then add on to it. You have to build the roof and you have to build the foundation in that hardened format or not. It's a, you know.
Okay. So if we're able to currently set aside 7.3 million, how much longer would we need to save up from the PSST fund to fully support this project?
Well, remember the PSST fund does not support the ongoing costs of the personnel for the police and fire department. So we would not be able to set aside funds at all.
So how was this going to be paid for if we did not get any money from the federal government?
We have been doing alternate designs, scaling the building back, and that's what I believe Councilmember Foreman was talking about, when we would have a building that, when it was built, would not meet our needs currently. Leave alone the additional dispatchers that we have already planned to add in the public safety sales tax 2 ordinance.
So it seems like there's several things then in the PSST that aren't being funded from the PSST, you know, SROs, other things like that. So it's my concern, if we're funding this, why wouldn't we start funding other things with this money from the PSST? I don't want to open that door and set a precedence for that. The second thing I want to say is this isn't an emergency. Like, granted, I understand that these people are in the basement in the police department, and if something did happen, but we're working on ifs. And right now we have people who are not living in ifs, they're living in the moment of homelessness. They're living in the moment of having no job and wondering how they're going to get food for their kids, or how they're going to get medical care for their kids, or how they're going to pay off all those funeral expenses that they had from their dead relatives from COVID. So this, as much as I appreciate the need for an emergency operating center, this is not an emergency situation. And we have other things that are right now emergency situations. And we only have $11 million of the 22 million now. When is the other 11 million supposed to come to us?
May of 2022.
Okay, so we have to wait a whole other year for that money. And we have families and citizens in our city who are struggling and are begging for help. I'm getting calls daily for food, for rent, for car payments, for whatever. I'm behind in my mortgage payment. Like, we are all struggling as people. And we're talking about spending half of this money on infrastructure and a building. I guess I'm really confused why this is even coming up as a question right now. Again, when we have people that are in need and they're telling us they're in need and we're not listening. I'm curious to see what our community has to say, because I know there's a lot of them here tonight.
Councilmember Holman.
Well, I've heard a lot of great comments, I think, and I agree there are a lot of ifs. I do think it is a concerning thing that we have a position with the city that is off limits to people with disabilities because of its location. And the fact that we're talking about emergency response for the entire city. We're not talking about just police here. We're talking about fire and medical response and traffic management. Those are all public safety issues that every single person in the city has to deal with every single day. And so I think it's important, and I don't think we have to pit it against other needs. There are a lot of needs and a lot of issues that need to be addressed. And I do think it's a good idea that we potentially take a step back, discuss not only this, but all of these funds further at the retreat, that we talk about the ideas that we all have for how we'd like to see these spent, get further detail on exactly what they can be spent on and what they can't. I would have some concern about proposing this in another bond and raising taxes, local sales or local property taxes, which could impact rent for low-income families in order to pay for this when we could pay for it out of federal funds that are one-time and wouldn't raise local taxes. So that would be a concern I would have about proposing this as another bond. But it's not out of the question if that's what we need to do. I think that using all of this money may not be the best approach, that maybe we think about these list of priorities and maybe the EOC gets some of it, but it doesn't get all of it. And we need to come up with other ways. Maybe this can fund some of the EOC, and then we propose to voters, we'd like to ask you for additional funding to make up the rest. So we've come up with this much, we have this much, but we need your, support if we're going to build this thing the right way. So I do agree with a lot of the comments from my colleagues, and I think we should take a step back. I don't know when things might get cheaper, but hopefully they will from this, what we think is a peak. And as far as building costs go, and like was mentioned, we've got time based on the federal guidelines to really think about this. And so I think that would be prudent. And I do appreciate my colleagues bringing up some of these really important concerns about how this money should be spent. So we've got a lot of important needs in the city of Norman, and all of this money is not going to cover all of it. So I look forward to discussing with all of you further and the public in the coming months to figure out what is the best way going forward to make the best use of these funds so we can help the most people in our city. So that's my thoughts currently on this one. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash.
Yeah, so this is a significant amount of money being spent on a project that our latest knowledge was shot down by the public. In fact, Ward 5, on that August 25th vote for this particular proposition, there's about 4,000 voters turned out, and 3,000 of them voted against this. So there's about a 3-to-1 ratio against versus for this project. And now I personally voted for it. I like the idea of giving our Emergency Operations Center some modernization. It's in desperate need for it. But because of that rejection, we really need to spend a little bit more time gathering public input before dedicating this large of amount of money on this project. And that's where I'm at with it. Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate everyone's comments. We did discuss this in finance, and it seemed we had clear direction to move forward. But I think at this moment, I'm going to make a motion to postpone based on your feedback so far. It is a large chunk of money, but we have a large chunk of money needed to build a very important facility in our community. And I don't know when we're ever going to get it again. So I appreciate everyone's thoughts on this. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to postpone.
So
Motion to postpone.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. The motion on the floor is to postpone item 29. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark. I need a definite date when we're going to postpone to. Do indefinitely, or what do you?
Motion to postpone until the second meeting after the retreat.
Does that change anyone's vote?
Then it's postponed until the second meeting in July.
Thank you. We'll now take a 5-minute break. All right, y'all, where are you? All right, well, let us press on. The public hearing will have a limit of no more than 2 hours. Participants may speak up to 3 minutes per person. Comments must be limited to the budget only. So for item 30, our second public hearing for approval of the FYE 22 budget, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Madam Clerk, are you with us?
The whole chamber's full and they're talking, so I think she's trying to get order.
Madam Clerk, we're waiting on you to call the roll to open this public hearing. You ready for us?
Yes. Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Here.
Councilmember Patron.
Here.
Councilmember Hall.
We're
It's
yes,
a
right?
yes or no. We're opening a public hearing, y'all.
Yeah,
Aye.
y'all are both, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Patron. Oh, you did. Okay. Councilmember Hall. Okay. Councilmember Nash.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
If number one person,
To make a presentation.
Mr. Francisco.
You're muted, Mr. Francisco.
All right, I'm working through this. Does everyone see the presentation on your screen now?
Yes, sir.
Do you see my cursor moving?
Yes, sir.
Do you see my cursor moving now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, but it's full screen.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council and the public in the audience. This is the second of 3 scheduled formal public hearings on the fiscal year 21-22 City of Norman budget. The City of Norman budget proposed for fiscal year 22 totals $284 million, $285 million. You see the major areas of revenue here: sales tax, fees and charges primarily to our utility customers. And the other revenue category in this year is a larger source of revenue than usual because of the general obligation bond revenues that we budget to come in during fiscal year 21-22. On the expenditure side, we are projecting total expenditures of $249,358,000. The major areas of expenditure are for public safety, for public works, and for water reclamation and sanitation, our utility funds. The general fund is the largest single fund of the city. It is the category of general governmental services that are provided to our residents and our visitors. You see there the major sources of revenue, with the major source and the predominant source being sales and use tax. On the expenditure side in the general fund, we're projecting expenditures of $87 million, with the major sources of expenditure being for police services, public works services, and for fire services and emergency response. Again, we have, after tonight's meeting, an additional council budget study session that will be held on next Tuesday. We will have the council considering the budget for adoption on June 8th, and there will be an additional input for public comment at that meeting. And again, the fiscal year starts on July 1st. And by law, we have to adopt the budget at least 10 days prior to the start of the fiscal year. We now turn it over to the public for your input at this step in the process.
Okay, the first speaker is Rashard Tortorello. Mayor, did you already mention the 3-minute rule?
Yep, just like normal.
Hi, can you hear me? All right, so my thoughts on tonight's budget talks revolves around the potential of divesting or another potential defunding of the police funds for community service programs. I think at this point here, the current budget already has solutions to address problems like cause for homelessness, substance abuse, and nonviolent mental health issues. The fire department in their budget has enough education funds to go ahead and train EMTs who select or elect to go ahead and become a member of this new CRT team here. And therefore, it makes the argument moot to ask that any funds be diverted to any community programs. Going forward with this, if it was to happen, in my opinion, it would deeply divide Norman again, as it did the first time. And I think the idea is because the solutions already exist in the current budget to take care of these issues that are being asked tonight, that the bigger picture is, do we need to take funds for a program that already has a solution? And as I stated earlier, the budget already has solutions to what will be asked tonight. We need to pass the budget as is with no changes. I don't think we're in a position to second guess the department heads who've submitted their budgets. They know what they need, manpower, training wise. And it just doesn't do the city any good to take us down another road where half the city will be against either defunding or not giving money to community services. So I think this is a time we have this public discussion that we look at both sides, and this does not benefit anyone, but passing the budget as is would benefit everyone, and maybe just heal the political divide that we see in our city and not widen it any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Andy Rieger.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council, city staff. Andy Rieger, 1025 Whispering Pines. I'm here tonight with my friend and one-time colleague, Bob Goins, who you can see here, to express our collective support for the effort and funding mechanism to place some historical markers around our city. I was sitting there thinking between us, we have about 150 years experience here, so I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not.
I
but,
think most of that's mine.
Yeah, but we have collaborated before on the legacy trail markers, which some of you have obviously seen over the years. Bob did the first 50 years, and I took the second 50 after that. So we did some downtown bank markers on the corners downtown. We've done that. As you know, our city is rich with history. But the people who live here don't always know or appreciate that. And so I have this theory that wouldn't get you tenure anywhere, but I think that the more that our neighbors know about the city, the more they care about it, and the more they would engage with it. So that's kind of our purpose in this. If you don't know much about where you live, then you probably don't think very highly of it. So I'm concerned about that too. And we envision starting out small, and we'll work with others to decide what to highlight and where to put the signs up. I know some people have already seen some suggestions that we've put forth, but Bob and I have some ideas, and there are many sites where the story of Norman can easily be told. The university has a great set of markers for historic buildings. The courthouse and original library on South Peters have some good signage, but really there's no sign put up for some things such as the camp where Abner Norman and his survey crew came south of Norman, kind of around where the U-Haul dealership is now. There's no sign where Mount Williams was, where the Navy bases were located. We have a super target there, and we have a space that we could actually put up a sign there. There's no sign showing where our first water well or first stop sign, first stoplight, those things are. But Bob and I have lived here our whole lives, and we appreciate what's happened here, and we want others to feel the same on that. So I'm going to let Bob, if he wants to comment there for a minute.
Thank you, Andy. And good evening, everyone. I'm like Andy. I have such a passion for Norman. I lived long enough to reflect and realize, what Norman has meant to me over my lifetime. And I have been very fortunate to have been involved over a number of years, working with a number of people, including Andy, in trying to reflect on the history of the city of Norman. And it's, surprising to me as I look back that history can just kind of slide away if you're not careful. And I think that as a community that we really have a good story to tell. And so in that sense, I am very supportive of this. I think it's, and historically speaking, we have councils in the past that have supported historical preservation very strongly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both.
Next, we've got
Okay, well, painless.
Joe, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about bears and possibly the need for additional funding or modified funding in the animal welfare budget to address additional training for our animal welfare officers and possibly the use of wild care as a consulting group to help in any future issues the city might have where bears might wander in. As we know, last week, the outcome of the bear being in our city wasn't what I think anyone was hoping for. And so Wild Care Foundation, just to give you a little history, was started, over 25 years ago by a lady, Rhonda Large, and she conned a veterinarian or two in the area by using free food, basically, to help her start rehabilitating wildlife. And our city currently takes all of their injured wildlife to Wild Care, along with Oklahoma City, many other municipalities, and they see almost 7,000 cases a year. And 25 years ago, any injured wildlife, an owl, an eagle, a hawk that was hit by a car, they would be euthanized. And now the norm is to repair those animals and rehabilitate them. They currently have a staff veterinarian, Dr. Abbott, that is an international expert, in my opinion, on the tranquilization of wild animals. To run out of tranquilizer, for example, as was reported with this incident last week, is I don't think acceptable to our city. So I think that we have an opportunity for a teaching moment, and knowing Mr. Pyle and Chief Foster and the mayor, I'm sure they're already on this already, but would strongly encourage to rethink how we handle large mammals. This area was once bear habitat, and they're growing in numbers in Oklahoma, along with mountain lions, bobcats, coyotes. We see a lot of fox in Norman. These are all things that I think our citizens expect us to handle in a different manner, and I look forward to that evolving over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Amanda Franklin, you get in line. You're after Mary Frances. Mary Frances is up next.
Yes, I'm Mary Frances at 850 Street Condos. And Norman does have many needs that the American Rescue Plan funds could help fill. And then there are wants. There are also funds that I believe we should not use, for example, asset forfeiture. These, I don't have to tell you the horror stories. I'm sure you know most of them. Asset forfeiture is simply theft, and it is dirty money, and we should not use those funds. Council should take a look at the SRO funds. School resource officers continue to have 3 times the contact with students of color than with Caucasians. This is a leading cause of the school to prison pipeline, according to the research. Research from the National Center of Education Statistics does not show that schools are made safer by law enforcement presence. Norman should eliminate the SRO program and move that money into a non-armed and professional mental health response team. This would ease the PSST funding shortage. Perhaps council could stop using the general fund as a subsidy, or council could use SRO funds to help with the construction of the Emergency Operations and Communication Center. On broadband, COVID showed us that municipal, excuse me, municipal broadband is a huge need for many citizens of Norman, and the Rescue Act funds could help families who need internet access. Sprawl, we have and have had for many years a sprawl problem. Albuquerque has a zoning plan that helps with the problem of sprawl. Some of you may have read it already. They have developers who build in the core area, pay the normal fee, and then as they concentrically get further and further from the center, the fee increases because the cost to the city increases. And then there is the public transit. I am very much in favor of enhancing public transit. And that's it. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Next is Nick after Amanda.
I agree with Mary Frances. I think we should stop subsidizing the public safety sales tax with the general fund. I think the public safety sales tax should be put up to a vote to the people so we can end it. Oklahoma has a mass incarceration problem, and it's only going to make it worse if we continue to give the largest portion of the general fund to the police department, which is 27%. I believe that public health and safety should be a priority. I believe that the city should fund a mobile crisis response team to respond to mental health crisis calls. The police are trigger happy, as we realize, with humans and bears. Yeah, we net less money to the police. To address the mass incarceration problem in Oklahoma, which Oklahoma has the #1 mass incarceration rate for Black men and women in the whole entire world. So as a city, we can address this problem through jail diversion tactics. We can fund things like a sobering center to help get drunk people out of prison. We can fund a youth center. We also need to address our homeless crisis in Norman. The city just 2 weeks ago tore down a homeless camp, and there was really no plans on how to help them or get them services. So I support a permanent low barrier shelter. I also support a permanent legal camp for unhoused residents. I think this should definitely be a discussion point. I also support municipal broadband with a free tier, accessible transportation programs for people who can't necessarily use the busing systems like everybody else can, which I know we're spending a lot of money on that. So considering accessible transportation to mental health and substance abuse services, I believe, are critically needed. I would like to also see a living wage for all city employees. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? Very well. You'll just be right here. Okay. And you'll tell me when that you need to. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Nick Lillard. I'm a small business owner here in Norman, and I live here as well. I'm from Norman. And I'm here to advocate for the expansion of, mental health services. I think it is critical for us to create a mobile mental health crisis task force. And I'm going to talk just a moment about something that's very personal to me that's often a taboo subject. My own family, my uncle suffered from schizophrenia, suffers actually, he's still around. And my dad, his older brother, took care of him for about 35 years, making sure that he had, a roof over his head and that, he wasn't getting arrested, and he was doing his best. I come from an upper middle class family, and my dad was an assistant U.S. attorney. And even with all of the resources that we had, it almost broke my father to have to work with his brother in a way that he wasn't necessarily equipped to do so. In addition, I'm an artist, and my small business is an art collaborative effort. And I work with a lot of artists, and artists don't always make a whole lot of money, as you know. And with that comes mental health issues, because they don't have the things that a lot of other people can afford. And it compounds the issue. And a lot of those people, I literally was just talking with a friend of mine a few hours ago, and he was telling me, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I have, the income that I will need in the future. He doesn't have anything saved up. And, he's got some issues, some issues that he needs to talk with somebody about. And it doesn't need to be a police officer. It needs to be somebody that's unarmed. And that approach is incredibly important. And honestly, I want to keep my business in Norman, but this is a critical feature that we absolutely need. It's not a question. And, maybe it's going to be divide Norman on some level until I believe they actually implement more and expand more mental health services. I think at that point, people will see, okay, this is what we've been needing for a really long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Kendall Jenkins here, or Wendy Jenkins? How about Catherine Lowry? At least Steve Ellis.
We demask for this. Okay, I think I'm on. Steve Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue, Ward 4. Let me start with sort of a big picture observation here. What Norman's budget does is favor certain segments of the community, particularly business interests and upper class kinds of interests. What it doesn't do is offer social services for non-wealthy residents who really need them. And this budget this year is really pretty typical, even though people sort of threaten to have a fit when that gets pointed out, which is why I want to begin with an issue that's really baked into both the operating and capital budget, and that's costs of new development. All sorts of city infrastructure needs to be expanded with new development that goes from water and sewer lines to fire and police coverage and all of the infrastructure that's really required there. And we generally ignore that fact in Norman. This is sort of a distributive justice point as far as I'm concerned. Development really needs to pay its own way. We shouldn't be asking current residents to pay the costs for new development, especially when the development subsidy hurts them. And I want to point out two things that I think are really underrated that way. One is the way in which subsidizing new development really distorts the housing market. Because it favors new housing over the current housing stock. And it also incentivizes sprawl for the same reason. So it's easier to buy a house out on the edge. I was surprised to learn in a recent email exchange with the city manager that Norman isn't even trying to track the costs of new development anymore. The capital budget actually gotten worse in that way. For water and sewer, the city used to break down where the various kinds of project needs came from, and it doesn't do that anymore. So I would like to see that come back even in this budget if it's possible. But that goes a long way towards explaining why city costs are really increasing at an increasing rate. So why is it that the PSST fund can't stay funded? Why is it that, say, police patrol internal service costs are rising so much? A lot of that just has to do with the stretching of city resources to cover sprawl kinds of costs. So we can't afford to subsidize that sprawl or keep spending money on departments that aren't really pulling their weight in terms of benefits being provided. So I think we need both better funding issues, so we need to collect more money for new development, and we need to work on better expenditures as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Dixon. Is Scott Dixon here? Yeah. Melvin Pruitt. Okay.
Please come over here and do what you're supposed to do. Okay. Hello, my name is Melvin Pruitt. I live in Ward 2. The American Rescue Plan of 2021 was signed on March the 11th, 2021 by Joe Biden. Okay, but since we postponed that, but it is still applicable to the budget. I have sent emails to every member of the council and to the mayor. You will see them, they'll say evidence/affidavits. Okay. I want you to be advised pursuant to 18 U.S. Code 2382, misprision of treason, 18 U.S. Code 4, misprision of felony. I am hereby providing you legal notice of information and evidence. You will see the attached emails that represent a national security threat and must be acted upon immediately. Failure to act on your part will be a violation of these and other laws of the United States of America. The information is as follows. Overwhelming evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Joe Biden is not the president of the United States of America. Despite the propaganda machine of the mainstream media.
Sir, this has nothing to do with the budget.
Yes, I just told you. I just told you it does.
Thank you.
You're interrupting. You're interrupting me. I'm not done. Thank you. An analysis, including Scott Bennett.
All right, we're done here.
Beyond any doubt on election November 3.
Anyone in there?
Okay, you want to do this?
It's not related to the budget.
I've already served you notice.
Thank you.
Alan Hatcher. Is Alan Hatcher here? Okay. And after Alan is Diane Wheeler.
Give my 3 minutes, Mayor. You're gonna see what's gonna happen.
She can't hear you. Diane Wheeler.
Okay. So it does not make sense to give the Norman the Norman Police Department over a quarter of the city's general fund, especially after this last year has made it abundantly clear that the police do not actually play a role in addressing the core societal problems that generate the 911 calls that they are responding to. We've got a lot of new ideas that actually do and have proven to, and when they've been utilized in other cities. For the first one I want to talk about is we need a permanent shelter for our unhoused residents here, as well as a sanctioned campground with access to city utilities. We need an unarmed non-police mobile crisis response team. The Cahoots program that Kate Bierman gave a great presentation on it a while back, so we all are familiar with it. It saves Eugene taxpayers $8.5 million a year. And according to the Treatment Advocacy Center, people with untreated mental illness are 16 times more likely to be killed by law enforcement. So this would be a program that would save lives and also save the city a lot of money. Municipal broadband, I think it's clear at this point that the internet is an essential public health and safety resource that should be available to everyone, regardless of their income level. We need to improve our public transportation system so it operates 7 days a week. It's accessible to those with limited mobility and doesn't need to be scheduled 24 hours in advance. And the permanent shelter that I mentioned, I'd had a conversation with Lee Hall, and she had said that according to some study, that's what I was hoping that she would clarify. She said that the occupancy number, the nightly occupancy number at the warming center does not actually correlate with the outside temperature, which proves to me that it's not something that you only need in the winter. This needs to be a permanent shelter. So hopefully if there's time later on, she can elaborate on that. Thank you so much.
Sarah Warmker. Larla, Larla is after her.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hello, can you all hear me? Thank you all so much for the discussion tonight. I do want to say, I think there's been a lot of discussion, especially over the last year, over what does or does not divide or unite Norman. And I think that particularly looking at the unarmed mobile crisis response as a service that our community has overwhelmingly been asking for again and again, that's something that actually police leadership has also said that they would gladly hand over those calls if there was someone else to hand them off to. So I think that really, if we're looking at particularly having this huge influx of money coming into the city with the American Rescue Plan funds that can be used for a variety of things, but definitely should be prioritized for residents who have suffered the most during this past year with the pandemic. I was honestly just astonished that the first instinct for the city was just to dump that money straight into the PSST, given a lot of the discussion that happened tonight. And I don't doubt that, you know, an emergency operations center could potentially be a good thing for the city. You know, a lot of the council members tonight pointed out the very real benefits of a new facility and what the drawbacks would be of staying in the place where they are. But I think another important question is, why is our dispatch underneath the chain of command of the police department? If we're going to move them out of the police basement, maybe if we're thinking about diversifying our emergency services, we should also be thinking about moving them out of the police chain of command, so that we can provide our residents with a variety of sources of services. Because, you know, some folks may be of the opinion that the services that we have in place now are fine, but as others have pointed out, the way the city budget is structured has winners and losers. And over the past year, we've heard from a lot of people that have not participated in city government before because they haven't felt like it's their space. So I would encourage all of you to take seriously the prospect of looking at implementing participatory budgeting processes that could look a lot of different ways. You know, there's not a one size fits all way for people to implement participatory budgeting, but maybe you might come up with some better proposals in your finance committee if you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dan Munson, and he's on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello,
Could you speak again?
can you hear me?
Yes.
I think
a
there's a
little bit
bad
hard to
connection. We may need you to log off and try to log back in. Very garbled on our side.
Daniel, you need to log out and come back in, and I'll pick you, but we'll go ahead and have another speaker first. Jake Allen.
Who do we have in the public seat currently?
Hi, I'm Larla Turner, a resident of Ward 1. I'm here speaking in strong support of reallocation of a significant portion of our police funds. 27% is an astronomical amount, I believe, especially considering our police force and its supporters have failed to show any desire to improve or hear out the community. Just a moment, I'm sorry. I heard someone early saying that there's already funding in place for community services, but I think what that person meant was continue to blindly give money to the police. We know that Norman has a growing homeless issue here, and the police are not solving it. I really believe we need to reallocate these funds. And a lot of the supporters of the police sat here in this very room last year and said that they had too much work on their hands that was none of their business anyway, like mental health and, you know, helping members of our community who are struggling with poverty. So I'm asking that they go ahead and let our community do what we need to help people rather than just blindly giving money to a system that's currently not working. As a mother, I really have to speak on the SRO program. Children of color are 3 times more likely to have negative interaction with them. We've heard this time and time again. It's not fair to allow this program to function and harm our children with our tax dollars. The program has an ample time to prove itself to be anything more than another systematically racist arm of the law and has failed to do so. Why should my tax dollars pay for a program proven likely to hurt my child? And Norman residents who don't look like me and my child, I want you to also ask yourself, why should you? Because the benefit outweighs the harm because it's not you? I think that we need to get rid of the program. As far as the COVID relief money being used for dispatch, I think that the allowance for dispatch in that was probably intended for communities that found their needs were not being met when all of a sudden we were going through a pandemic. I would like to see numbers on how many people in Norman suffered due to a lack of dispatch quality when they went through COVID-19, because that's what that money is for. Is Norman failing at providing medical dispatch, or is this an excuse to use that money? Our community needs it a lot more. And thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to try Dan Munson again.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. I'd like for the city of Norman to be ranked as one of the safest cities in America. Safe for everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic status. I've never been a department chief for fire, police, or EMS, and I'm assuming that none of you have either. I don't know all the nuances of running a department, such as staffing and equipment required, and I'm assuming that you don't either. Public safety may be the most important function that the city of Norman provides its citizens. That's why I believe that Norman, Oklahoma has any chance of becoming one of the safest cities in America. We must fund an independent public safety study to gain more knowledge about what staffing and resources are required for police, fire, and EMS. I did some quick research, and according to NFPA, we should have 1.5 firefighters per 1,000 people. That would mean the city of Norman would have 189 firefighters on staff. According to governing.com, a city with a population between 100 and 200,000 people should have 15.9 police officers per 10,000 people. So the city of Norman should have 199 sworn police officers. According to EMS World, there should be one ambulance for every 21,000 citizens. So the ambulance count in Norman, Oklahoma should be about 6, which that seems low to me. All these statistics for public safety that I just referenced are only including population. They don't include jurisdiction, response times, and services provided by each department. Did you know the city of Norman is the 4th largest jurisdiction in America for cities with a population of 125,000 to 150,000? Let me say that again, 125,000 to 150,000 people. We're the 4th largest jurisdiction in America. It's a lot of ground to cover for our public safety professionals. I want to reiterate the importance of funding an independent, unbiased study so Norman, Oklahoma can be on its way to becoming one of the safest cities in America, regardless if you live up by Lake Thunderbird or on the west side. The city's funded numerous studies in the past, but to the best of my knowledge, we've never funded a study taking a macro view of public safety. 2021 is a year that we can change that so we can become on our way to one of the safest cities in America. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Jake Allen. I live in Ward 4. And I just wanted to voice support that other members of the community also have for changes in the budget, like a push for a mobile crisis response team to address things like homelessness and drug crises and things like that, as well as municipal broadband. Like other people have mentioned, the year that we spent on Zoom and classes and stuff showed a lot of people why that is very important, and not providing broadband and internet access to every member of our community puts a lot of people at a disadvantage. I just wanted also to share a couple personal anecdotes about mine and my friends' experiences with police officers in moments of mental crisis. So I've actually had 2 interactions in this kind of situation. Once, one of my friends had to have a police officer come because of a mental health crisis, and they talked to him for a little bit and then left immediately, released him in the same state that he was in, not really de-escalated or helped in any way. And then the other was not only mocked by the officers, but she was put in handcuffs and brought against her will to an institution where she didn't want to go to. She was just, a call was made for her mental health, and her mental health was not accounted for at all. So I think shifting funding to make sure that we have some kind of response unit that isn't equipped with weapons and ready to fight people who are militant, ready to, a unit that is more ready to just engage with people who are in crisis and need to be helped. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much. Have a nice day.
Ernest Willis. And after Ernest is Marguerite Larson.
Hello, my name's Ernest Willis. I'm in Ward 5. I just wanted to express my support for our police officers and our SROs. I think they're definitely necessary. Adamantly against defunding. It's tragic that this is even considered. We've got some of the finest police officers around here in Norman. Asked that you wouldn't do that. People like that have great service. They're not a pipeline to prisons. They take care of our students. They're there when they need it. There, time after time, there are stories of children with exceptional relationships with these officers. Please consider taking care of our police officers. They need our help and our support. They deserve it. They've earned it. That's all I had to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just state your name.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. So I think that we're having the same conversation over and over again, and the needs have not changed. They have not been met. We still, in my estimation, we still need public health. We still need mental health. We need probably nurses and mental health people in the schools, which could be funded by taking away the SRO program. We talk about keeping the community safe. What about the people that are not safe? Don't you think that we have a responsibility to take care of those people, whether they have mental illnesses, whether they have health illnesses, whether they're addicted, or whether they just don't have a place to go for whatever reason? It's a community responsibility to take care of it. That's what a community does. That's what a healthy community does. It takes care of their people. And you guys talked about celebrating, actually, I wouldn't say a celebration, but mentioning Greenwood. And you mentioned that so that it's not repeated. And you have a chance to take care of the homeless, to take care of the sick, and to take care of healing this city so that these issues are not repeated. They're continuously taken care of. And I just think that that is really a stronghold. And I think that it is necessary. And I think the time to do that is now. Money has already been appropriated for the previous year. I don't know why we cannot keep that same appropriations for this year. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I am in agreement with other people who have spoke tonight regarding broadband and regarding public transportation, because I don't feel all of the needs are being met. So something for you to ponder and think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delina Gleason. And after Delina is Lauren Medford.
I did. Good evening. My name is Delina Gleason. I'm a Norman resident and I live in Ward 5. I'm here to ask you to please support our Norman Police Department. Do not reallocate or defund any monies from their budget. I want this because we need them to protect and keep our city, my family, your family safe from those who have no regard of law and order and no regard for your well-being or mine. Right now, most of our police officers have to work extremely long hours and work on their days off. This can't be good for their health and given the nature of this stressful profession. A lot of them, if not most of them, have to have a second job because the pay is so low already. I can't even fathom that we would take more money away from them. They're always here to support us and protect us, and now we must support and protect them. These are our heroes, but there are some that want to villainize and demoralize all police officers as a whole. Right now, we have stellar Norman police officers who are boots on the ground. They are courageous. They do the really hard things and have to make really hard split moment decisions. And each of them put their lives on the line every time they put on that badge. And they do that for you and for me and for our community. We all need police protection unless you're in favor of vigilantism, which is not the solution for the whole of society. But I believe defunding is a step in that direction. Norman is blessed to have stellar police officers. I believe that we should be thanking them and equipping them and encouraging them and letting them know how grateful and how proud we are to have them as peacekeepers and protectors of our community. We need real solutions, but I believe we will get that in training, in adding, not subtracting. Also, we desperately need SROs in every school. All of our kids need protection. I do agree we need to address mental health issues, but I just don't agree it should come from our police budget. I too want Norman to be on the map for the safest community, but also want them to be on the map for being a community that comes together for the good of all of us. So I would ask that you would approve and increase the funds for the police, not defund them, so that they can receive the finest training and the greatest incentives for serving and protecting all of us who enjoy our freedom to live in a civil society without fear. Thank you for hearing me, and God bless you, and God bless Norman.
Thank you.
Okay, well, how about Lauren Medford? Is she here? Okay, Michael, you're up. Michael Blanc. Yeah. And is Russell Rice around? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Michael Blanc. I'm from Ward 2. I've got a couple of things to say tonight in regards to our budget. We have little time, so we're going to go ahead and just knock some things off real fast. So first and foremost, we should look at other community projects like expanding broadband internet access. I heard I had a great discussion with someone earlier who mentioned, just because you have technically 100% access to a private internet service provider does not mean that people actually have 100% access, right? The reason that we need to have municipal internet is so that people who cannot pay a private company to provide what should be a public utility can have access to the modern America that we all wish to participate in, right? Same thing goes for, making sure that every student has access to learning. If God forbid another COVID outbreak happens, right? These are things that we need to look into, regardless of if they feel expensive up front for a capital cost. When it comes to public transportation, it's another thing we need to look into with hopefully some of the other funds we have available for the rescue plan. I know that there was a great presentation several weeks ago by I believe it was the Central Transportation Authority of Oklahoma, the one that wishes to maybe look at putting in a light rail system. I might have gotten the name wrong. There are several pieces to that name. but they had a great presentation about maybe a month and a half ago, maybe. The days fly by. And then also, finally, when it comes to the police budget specifically, a couple things. One, if we want to make sure that we have dedicated funding sources, it seems that we definitely need to take a look at our public safety sales tax. Perhaps if we want to make sure that the public has input on that sales tax, we should put it to the vote in general eventually. Maybe make it 2 separate votes, one for specifically the police budget and one for fire, if we want to make sure those are dedicated, protecting funding sources to make it easier for discussions on budget in the future. I feel sympathetic to making sure that we have a centralized location for our emergency responses. But again, I feel like that was a project that was always going to be a bonded issue. So we should probably just go ahead and just bite the bullet and make it a bonded issue, to be honest. Finally, and one last thing when it comes to making sure that our underpaid officers are paid better. I remember like last year we had this exact same discussion, and Nancy Francisco was very gracious to provide us with the 5-year pay scale on average for our officers, depending on their years of experience and pay grade. And he showed that major police officers, those who have risen mostly to an administrative role, we're making between 92 to 120K a year, which sounds like pretty top heavy administration to me. And administrative costs seem like a great place where we could all cut back to make sure that beat officers, for instance, maybe get paid more so they don't have to take multiple jobs. Finally, when it comes to the SRO program, I feel that you could meet those same needs just as easily by maybe having just private security. Security guys don't get paid much. I mean, it's kind of sad, but it's cheaper than our actual officers. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now Lauren Medford, she's next.
Hey, I'm Lauren Medford. I'm not going to tell you guys my address because I don't feel safe in my hometown anymore after the past year and the events that have transpired here. In fact, I have never felt less safe or less welcome. I am actively thinking of leaving the community all of the time, which would include selling 2 houses to vacate the city entirely, which seems like a pretty reasonable option to me at this point. It's not just about me and like my own needs, it's also about what I see happening in the community. And a prime example of that is that after everything that has happened, everything that has transpired this past year, all of the suffering, we are talking about building something for some dispatchers. I appreciate how important it is for emergency management systems to be functioning properly. But when it comes to meeting people's needs, I think somebody mentioned that, all of these needs were equally important. That they're not actually. They are not equally important. It is more important that people are fed, that they are sheltered, and that they are kept moderately safe. And to include that, I don't think that continually to increase the police budget is doing anything to keep Norman any safer. In fact, I would say perhaps that continually to just give them what they ask for every year without addressing the job that they are doing doesn't really seem to be serving it, particularly the women in Norman, very well. There's a lot of unsolved sexual assaults. That's a concern. I don't know if that's a very high concern for Norman PD. The racial disparities in Norman, like you guys started out talking about the massacre, the Centennial Massacre in Tulsa. And I don't understand how you can talk about acknowledging how we are a sundown town and owning our past without acknowledging the fact that our current police status disproportionately affects Black residents of Norman. And Indigenous residents of Norman, Asian residents of Norman, it's not the same for them as it is anywhere else. So I don't really understand. I don't see this inclusive city that we're building, quite frankly. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did we find Russell Rice? Russell Rice? Okay, Mark Campbell. Cindy, you're next after you.
Mayor, council, NPD, we don't need a dispatch facility this large. Y'all are working from home. Why can't dispatch? They're always and forever complaining about the basement. We've all had to adapt. Norman has to be able to reach its citizens in emergencies. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Well, some people never know what they're missing out on because they never get it. Give us internet. It's not a luxury, it's a utility. Most citizens aren't chamber members needing to watch specialty fare in 8K. We do, however, need 100 megabyte of speed. It's impressive how City Council have protected your own self with Zoom meetings from home. You're doing work from home, afford citizens that. Don't promote a dumbed down citizenry. Aren't you safely ensconced? Face your public. A head count reveals we're ready to lay 50 on you. We've been increasingly unwittingly spending a third of our taxes on out-of-date, heavy-handed absentee or policing in name only. We were implored to please get to know our police officers. I've been spending the last year doing just that. Here's what I've witnessed from my apartment, where my lease requires that I report suspected illegal activity. During the stay-at-home order, a drugged-in apartment in my stairwell was a continuous revolving door. I brought this to council and met glazed faces, dozens of people per day. My low-functioning neighbor, a frequenter of this den, died from COVID-19. I'd asked multiple officers if they could do community-oriented policing and educate them. Nope, couldn't do it. Other comments from the year. Yeah, it's drugs. Yeah, it's meth. Yeah, she's on drugs. Keep reporting to Crime Stoppers. Keep calling. You are calling too much. We have made arrests based on your calls. There's nothing we can do. Have you told your landlord? They know I have. I've copied them on the emails. We can't get hold of your landlord. She locks the door and hides. She won't return calls of my council member. More, your landlord doesn't care about drugs and crime. We can't do anything. What do you want us to do? I've had my life threatened, had a neighbor with felonies threatened to point a gun in my face. The officer's answer, I will just have to move. There we go. The officer's answer, I will just have to move. On the scale of life stressful events, number 1, death of a spouse. Number 2, death of a child. Number 3, moving. For me, moving is the most stressful life event. NPD recommends it at every drug-addled slum apartment I've ever lived at. Don't support every NPD budget request. Regarding our revolving door indigent, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Rogers. You all know me, Ward 4. So before the meeting tonight, there were a bunch of people over in the park, and I got a chance to talk with one of the OU student reporters, so they're always delightful. And so she was asking me about, well, what do you think about this? And all these groups coming together to talk about the budget. And I was like, wow, I'm excited. I'm an economics professor. I teach public finance. And we have all these citizens engaged in looking at the budget and thinking about budgets represent priorities. So for me, that's exciting. And also it is the answer to all those budget meetings that were pretty lonely. I was there and the Gallaghers were there, but not anybody else. So I think this is a really good thing for Norman that people are talking about the budget and the priorities. Largely, this budget is very similar to last year's. It's a status quo. And they're almost always the same, right? You take last year's budget and you make little tweaks. And for a long time, we've had this structural budget problem that we know that our expenditures are growing faster than our revenue sources. That's the curse of the sales tax being used to fund our local government. And for a long time, we really haven't been doing anything about that. And for a long time, we haven't been looking at the priorities in the budget. We take last year's budget. How big was the police department? How big was the fire department? How much did Public Works get? And then we we tweak it and never really take the opportunity to think about what priorities are reflected in the budget. And I would encourage you to think more holistically about that. You know, how do we want to spend our money? We had we talked earlier in the last item, it was so long ago, about the Emergency Communication Center. Well, we did have a bond election on that in August of 2020. And that wasn't the item, it was packaged with some other things, but that was not the item that got the most support from voters. I know they all failed, but the item that came the closest, the bond item, was a homelessness services that came within a fraction of passing. So, and that was a bond that would raise people's taxes during a pandemic. I think it's pretty clear the priorities that the citizens of Norman, the voters, the people that bothered to show up then, are telling us. And we don't have anything in the current budget that's seriously addressing these concerns. These concerns aren't going to go away. They're immediate. They're going to get bigger. And we have this opportunity. We have the opportunity with this federal money to actually make a serious commitment to changing our priorities. So please consider rethinking our priorities and addressing that. Thanks.
Thank you. Last two speakers, Sheridan Johnson and Clara Osborne.
I'm sorry. I didn't see crashes happen. I know, I was just trying to get over it.
Oh, is it on? Oh, cool. Hi, I'm Sherry, part of Ward 5. And so my first thing I kind of want to say is the ARA is not part of the police budget. It's its own little thing. If I read that right. So I'm kind of confused on why people are saying don't take away from the police budget when the ARA is a whole different thing itself. And I don't really approve of using that money for a building when people are in need. I just don't think that's appropriate, and I don't approve it at all. Another thing I want to say is it's kind of funny how people want something now that they don't have to pay for it. I do remember the emergency center being part of a sales tax that's coming out of, I'm sorry, their property tax, and they voted that down. And now they want it because now they don't seem to have to pay for it. I kind of noticed that when they were kind of laughing out there. Another thing is our police I don't really approve of them because when we were saying how they were treating us terribly, they decided to fight back at us. And instead of coming towards us asking, you know, how can we help? You know, we're sorry we're doing this. They just decided to fight back in general. So I really just don't think we have the best people for our safety. I also don't feel safe here in Norman because of that reason and my experiences with not only SROs, but police in general. Some of our people of color community are here today and are watching and have been talking about their experiences, and we are being laughed at by the other side. And it's kind of really disrespectful, and it kind of shows of what we're dealing with here in Norman still today. Another thing is I believe that ARA money should be going to the people in need, like our homeless. I know that we have so many for the homeless and someone dedicated to help them. And I'm wondering why we don't really hear from that person, or we don't see any of that money going towards the homeless. It seems that we're trying to help our homeless population by getting rid of them completely and not really helping them in the way that they need. It's like we're trying to push them out of Norman instead of trying to help them. And so I'm just kind of wondering where that money is, where that person is that's in charge of things like this. Like, where are they at? Why are they not helping? Why are they allowing our camps to be torn down and used for like walking trail parks? And because, you know, apparently we need more of those. Thank you. Another thing is Actually, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sierra Osborne. I live in Ward 6. I'm not going to give my address, but I want to encourage all of you to watch the videos of the meetings from last year, where several of us told our stories of encounters with specific Norman police officers. And I'd also like for you, the council, to look back and remember how you guys said, we hear you, we understand, but man, we wish that you were here sooner. You were here a month too late. We were discussing the budget before, and now all of a sudden you're here. And you guys didn't want to do much about it. But we're here now, and we're here on time. And that doesn't negate all of the stories from last year. You need to watch them again and get those fresh in your head before you make any big decisions. It's going to be inexcusable if you don't do something, because you've had a year to discuss and brainstorm and research and really reflect on all of the stories that we've told. So we're leaving it up to you guys, and we're asking for your help. I also think that it is setting a very dangerous precedence if you refuse to question the police budget. That makes no sense to me. And then the last thing that I want to say is I just want to quote the pastor's wife that we heard at the beginning of the meeting. She said, "Learn from the past to create a better future." We need to listen to that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mayor.
Okay. Normally that's the end, but I'm seeing hands up. So Councilmember Foreman.
I just had a couple questions. We don't usually get comments for the hearing. It's just the public.
Go for it.
Okay. So Daryl, this is going to be a question for you. Or maybe Anthony, I don't know. So in this proposed budget, that 865 that was taken out of FY21, it is removed from FY22.
Correct. We did not restore the 9 positions
Okay.
or the $865,000 to the police department budget.
So is that money just in the general fund right now?
Correct. It sits in fund balance. Mr. Francisco may have stuck it in a reserve pending the outcome of all of the pending litigation.
The $235,000 for the internal audit program remains in the allocated budget. The remaining $660,000, which was placed in the general fund balance last year as a reserve of that fund balance, remains in the general fund balance, but unreserved.
Okay, so knowing that council voted to take that for FY21, these would be reoccurring expenses. Why would we not be optimistic and build that into the FY22 budget?
I'm not sure I understand as I understand your question, I think we are doing that. It's just, it's in the fund balance for council to appropriate.
I guess I'm thinking it should just automatically be there. Anyway, I have a lot more to say, but if we're not really doing comments, that's all.
Yeah, the agenda is written that discussion and action will be taken on June 8th. So I guess like if you have something to a question for clarification, that's fine, but I want to stick to the agenda for probably obvious reasons.
And I might also say that any direction that you might give at the June 1st study session can be built into the budget as well.
Okay, Councilmember Studley, do you have a question?
No, I have a comment.
Okay, then we will save that for, yes, not necessarily June 8th, but we will discuss possible amendments on next Tuesday. So with that, we can end it now with my apologies. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
There's a second? Okay, the motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Studley.
Aye.
Councilmember Schuler.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron. Patron? Oh. Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Nash.
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock. Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The public hearing is closed unanimous.
Thank you. Our final item tonight is item 31, miscellaneous discussion. This is an opportunity for citizens to address city council only. Remarks should be directed to the council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less.
Is Amanda here still? Okay, that she'll be first. Nick, no, not Nick. Let's see who's next. Is Alan Hatcher still here?
Hello. I just want to reiterate, I don't like that 40% of the COVID relief funds were going to go to the police department. I don't like that it was discussed in a finance committee last Thursday, and then it's already on the city council agenda when a lot of us have been advocating for certain to get funds for certain things for a long time. I know a lot of city council members kind of express this concern also. So I just hope that moving forward before July, that you can include the public in making the decision on where this money goes, get our input somehow. We've given you a lot of input already, but maybe in a more official way, a public forum of some kind. Yeah, and it would be great if you got our input on the budget more too. I don't know, that's kind of all I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
Stephen Ellis.
So Steve Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue in Ward 4. I just want to point back to some of the voices from the discussion on the budget who noted that they don't feel particularly safe in Norman, and that Norman police don't make them feel safe, and that they don't feel like they're getting a fair shake in Norman. That is a perspective that I don't think we hear enough in the City Hall chambers, and I certainly don't think it gets sufficient uptake because the sort of business as usual assumption seems to be that more of what we're doing when it comes to policing is always better, which is why we need to, refund the PSST and subsidize it, and keep the SROs. And especially when you listen to some of the things that people have to say about why they like the police. The whole issue is sort of interestingly racialized. And I think that's something that we really need to really focus on when we think about the police budget going forward. Who do the police help? Who do the police seem to threaten? And, once we think about that a little bit, I think that will guide our views about the police budget more appropriately, since that seems to be the big issue of tonight. So just think about what people had to say, 11 months ago when we talked about these issues before. Reflect on the stories that you've heard and let that influence your decisions on the budget, because budgets, as we all know, are moral documents. Thanks.
Did we find Alan Hatcher? Oh, we did. How about Sarah Warmker?
Hello, can you hear me? So I really appreciate all of the people who came out and speak tonight that have really challenged this copy-paste status quo approach to doing the budget. I think another issue that I want to just resurface in everyone's mind is the issue of sexual assault. In addition to all of the instances of racialized violence that we know is just not even up for debate as far as the issue of policing in this country. There's also the issue that a lot of people, especially people that suffer from gender violence, so women, gender nonconforming people, trans people, experience very high levels of sexual assault, and they don't go to the police when that happens. And we heard a lot of stories about that last year. So when we're talking about emergency communications, we're not going to call the cops for that. I'm a survivor. I didn't call the cops. I wouldn't, because I remember that it was Norman police officers that spread around the address of a sitting councilwoman. We have not forgotten about that. We have not forgotten that the FOP endorsed people who proudly use white power symbols and photograph themselves who affiliate with the 3 percenters and with Proud Boys. When are we going to have that conversation? Because I'm sorry, yeah, you can put all of the officers of color on community policing, but who's in charge? Who's in charge of the FOP? Who's making the calls about money? When we're suffering during the hardest year that this city has ever experienced, and we need money for community services because people in our community are dying or losing their jobs, are scared for their lives. And what did they do? They said, you know what, that money can sit. Let them suffer. And we did. And we have, but we have not forgotten.
about Officer Barber and Officer Lauterbach, who spread around Alex Scott's address. I have seen those comment threads. They're disgusting. And I've not forgotten. And that's why I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight because the police do not keep us safe. We keep us safe. And I'm tired of the excuses. We're here on time. Amend the budget. Please, respectfully, amend the budget. Thank you.
Larla Turner. Okay.
Hi, I'm Alicia Studley, Ward 1. Progressive Independence and Oklahoma Adapted previously worked with Mayor Clark on a deal to impose additional fines for people parking illegally in handicapped parking spaces, and that extra money was supposed to be used to help the disability community in our city. And I would like to know, where's that money going and why haven't we seen it, and who's in charge of these funds? That was a question.
It's not on the agenda, so they'll have to email you or call you tomorrow, or if you'll give somebody your information.
Yeah, can I do that on here? No, okay. Well, that's all I have to say, thank you.
Got
Hello,
Dan.
Hello, this is Dan Munson, Ward 6. I'd like to say that I support different ways of delivering public safety services in Norman. I've heard discussions about CAHOOT's program tonight. And if you research this program, you'll learn it's been in existence for over 30 years. You'll learn that this program is intended to take the burden off of the police department so they can focus on more important calls. You also learned that the Eugene Police Department did a study on the total number of calls that CAHOOT's program performed, and it estimated that it was about 5 to 8% of the total police department calls, and not 18 to 20% as the CAHOOT's team has been stating in the media. You'll also learn that 24% of the CAHOOT's calls are considered non-emergency transportation services. So they're basically acting like a taxi service. You also learn that the city of Eugene has averaged 1,719 unsheltered people in a 10-year period, which is one of the highest unsheltered populations in the country per capita. You'll learn that the city of Eugene has a violent crime rate of 3.89 per 1,000 people, which is significantly higher than Norman. You'll learn that the Eugene Police Department is only responding to 66% of their calls. With the program that has been established for over 30 years, one that is supposed to free up valuable time of police officers and provide services to unsheltered population, I would expect much better results. I'd like for the city council to consider an alternative policing model similar to Irvine, California, which has been the safest city in America for 15 years. Irvine, California has been the safest city in America for 15 consecutive years. Irvine, California has an unsheltered population, which is less than Norman's, and they have a total population of 273,000 people. Irvine, California has a dedicated mental health response team as part of the police department. They utilize a case management approach for their clients. They have statistically outperformed the city of Norman in violent crime and unsheltered populations. We should look at why they're so successful rather than using a model that has delivered inferior results. Please support an independent study for public safety so that Norman, Oklahoma can start a journey towards becoming one of the safest cities in America. Thank you.
Jake Allen. Is Jake's here? Ernest Willis. Okay, Marguerite Larson.
Me again. So really what I wanted to say very quickly is you have the opportunity to be the voice for the voiceless. And the voiceless could be the homeless. The voiceless could be the addicted. The voiceless could be these kids that are in high school that are being accosted, not necessarily accosted, but trafficked, watched, however you want to say it. Be their voice. Take care of the situation. We don't need a whole lot of policing. What we need is intervention, and we need professionals to be the intervenants, not someone carrying a gun that's going to already scare these kids and homeless and addicted to death, to throw them into the backseat of a car with the handcuffs on. The outcome is not going to be pretty. And so you are in control. You have the voice to speak for the voiceless. And I am hoping that you take that opportunity seriously and you do consider stories that you've heard previously. I mean, these are real people. These are real stories, and they're pouring their hearts out to you, and they're asking you for your help. So you are in control, and you can either say yes or no. And that's it. Bye.
Michael Blunt.
Hi again. So I'm Michael Blunk from Ward 2. Just a couple of things I want to go through. I actually have a list to make sure I stay on topic. Lists are important. So first, I want to start by something that I think is really important to the discussions we've been having. I noticed that every time we have a meeting, we do have lots of city staff who are consistently here and able to answer our questions. You know, we have Anthony Francisco from Finance. We often hear from Chief Foster. But someone I don't often hear from is our homeless outreach coordinator. I believe that's the correct name for that title, I think. I know we have one of the people who helps oversee our warming shelter. And considering how often we hear about issues involving homelessness and issues of the unhoused in our community, it seems very odd that I never see them present at these meetings to answer any of these public comments. I feel like that'd be important to have in the future. That way we can direct our comments directly to someone who's involved with those services instead of lobbing them at the council as a whole who may or may not have a finger on the pulse. So that seems important to me. Another one got here. I would like to say I really appreciate our comments system, although I think we need to work on how we allow access to people. It's great that we allow for 3-minute comment on every topic. I think that's fantastic, although I think having online sign up does limit some discussion. I will say though, this is much better than Cleveland County, and I will always take the opportunity to dig at Cleveland County because Commissioner Stacy did a power grab and only let us talk for 10 minutes tops for the public at the end of the meeting. So thank you, Norman, as a town for being more democratic. I see you, Stacy. Okay, and finally, let's see here. One sec, lists are important. And finally, to our community as a whole, we do as a state need to talk about our reliance on sales tax only for municipalities. This is something that the town has no true power over as a town, but I will say that something that we should discuss in the future is the importance of our initiative petition process for state questions, Because as far as I'm concerned, it seems odd that we are the only state in the union that ties our hands this way, protects property owner money. Well, as a property owner, if you have any property, you still pay property tax, but it doesn't go to the city. Now in this county, it goes to Commissioner Stacy. Anyway, so the point is, if you really want to make sure that we have access to broader avenues of capital, we need to work as a state and a community to make sure we actually untie our hands so that Oklahoma can actually use the money that resides in our communities, because there's capital here, but we can't touch it. So thank you.
Mark Campbell's next.
Hopefully I won't turn the screen off this time. This is your last chance to depress me and fail to respond to your constituents. I'm not 3/5 of a person, I'm a whole lot of person. I deserve 5 minutes to speak. You've done such a thorough job of interfering with public interaction that many have given up on the day-to-day and flare up on the budget. We need 5 minutes, we care. Heads up about what can happen when indigent people are rapidly housed. They are often no stranger to the residents of Section 8 and public housing apartments. A great many of them already come into town for meals, then spend their days and nights at housing properties doing anything to quell their addictions. Often when they get housing, they set up shop manufacturing and dealing drugs, and their units become an open door for others on the street. Every illegal activity now has a haven. Absentee landlords do not care. Kids see this, and this occurs far from public transportation. It is illegal to wantonly house persons on your lease, to operate a business out of one's residence. Don't set people up to fail. What Norman needs is inclusionary affordable housing. Y'all are aware of this, but are insistent on persisting in a model that concentrates misery and promotes homelessness. Norman builds thousands of apartments each year, and in the past decade, we've built only a handful of new public housing units. The way inclusionary affordable housing works is, say you have a new 200 unit PUD, you make 5% of that available to affordable housing. And people like you aren't going to put up with people that are doing drugs and committing crime. And they will be reported out of those units. Give people a chance who are doing right to have a better environment and to lift themselves up and out. And if people who have low global functioning can't or won't follow the rules and are going to create an encampment for themselves, let's just go ahead and create an encampment for them and let police officers rotate in and out and, you know, make sure that they're not murdering or raping each other. That's not too much to ask. And we need a bus service that at least one day a week rotates to these public housing, these large public housing apartments on the fringes of town that never get services. You're just setting people up to fail when you rapidly house people on the edges of town where they don't get services. Thank you.
Cindy Rogers. Sierra, you're after Cindy.
Good evening. Again, still Cindy Rogers, still Ward 4, still here at City Hall. So we had a gentleman that gave us a bunch of statistics and suggested that we do, a study on our policing needs. And, I'm all for research-informed policy. I would caution that comparing Norman, Oklahoma to Irvine, California is not an apples to apples comparison. A very quick Google search suggests that their median household income is twice that of Norman. So I think it would be hard to say, oh, they're just richer, so they have less crime or different crime issues. than Norman does. I would also say regarding the SRO program, to my knowledge, we have not had a proper study of the effectiveness of that program itself. The annual report is a one-page spreadsheet that basically just lists incident rates and a race of students. And that's where we're all tired of hearing students of color have 3 times the rate of incidents reported with the SRO officers and white students. That's the only data we have. And there hasn't been a proper study of that. And the city funds a program that hasn't been properly studied. Students haven't been surveyed to know if they're afraid to connect with these officers, if they feel safer in the schools. And we've heard stories from students who don't feel safer. My view is that it's likely that, and I've had some feedback, it's likely that officers are being used to enforce disciplinary action in the schools, which is precisely what they're not supposed to be doing. And so probably the source of the incidence rates that we're seeing comes from the schools. And so this is a case where the school doesn't want to admit to their disproportionate disciplinary rates, and it ends up being reports and contact and unpleasant ones with SROs. So I find it unconscionable that the city provides resources in a fund that's upside down, that we have other needs in that fund for a program that hasn't been properly studied. And we have firsthand stories and experiences from folks that have interacted with SROs in ways that aren't pleasant, although we have stories about students who feel safer. So there's a number one target, I would say, for what do we do with the PSST funds? So I'd encourage, yes, study the SRO program. Thank you.
Got Sheridan Johnson.
Hi, I'm back. The homeless coordinator, that was who I was trying to say. And I'm also wondering, since homeless is being talked about a lot in these meetings, is why she's not here. And if she is one of the people in charge of the warming shelter, what's the purpose of closing that down if that's one of the main places our homeless goes to? And so for that, it kind of feels like we're not really fixing the problem and therefore keeping crime going on, which causes the police asking for more money and training. I feel like that's a big part of what's happening here, is to not really fix the problem and just to keep stretching it out. And it just keeps the crime going in and out of Norman. And for our police, like, want to go back to when you guys said about Norman's history, about it being a sundown town to 1967. Norman may have changed for the most part, but it seems like our systems in the police have not. And some of those people that have been here since Norman in the 1960s and 1970s, they're still here and therefore still kind of keeping those ideals back then alive. And so I also believe that's a big problem that we have in our systems. And I just really hope you guys will listen to us. We're kind of the only people here right now. Everyone else has left. It's just people advocating for just a better community overall, more money going towards our unhoused problem, more accessibility for our disabled, more. I mean, we're here. We're talking. We showed up, and we're also the only ones here. There's about 12 to 15 of us still out there right now. I'm not sure they're talking, but we're still here till the very end. You guys did ask us to show up last year. We did, and we're showing up again this year to say that our demands really haven't changed, and we personally haven't seen much change either. And honestly, with some of our newly elect elected officials about to be in council positions. And it seems like we're taking a few steps backwards and we are going forwards. And that doesn't really make me feel any more safe in Norman than I already don't. So it's just getting a little bit more worrisome that when you guys ask us to show up, talk, share our experiences, we're just going backwards instead of forwards. So kind of wanting to know how we're going to fix this and how we're going to keep Norman going forward and not backwards, because it kind of seems we're going in the wrong direction here with our homeless problem rising and our elected officials not being very open-minded. So thank you and have a good one.
Sierra Osborne's the last speaker.
Sierra Osborne, Ward 6. A Ward 4 resident asked me to read this for her. She said, "I don't feel safe with Norman Police Department. I had a relative who was raped and was dismissed by the detective at the hospital. Another relative was approached by their school resource officer and was accused of robbing a bank while they were in school, and they had been seen by the SRO just minutes before." You can guess what color he is. My house was broken into with visible fingerprints on the window. They refused to even look at them. They said it was from kids from the high school nearby and did not even want to take a report because it would do no good. Someone on my mom's security camera coming from her backyard was seen, and come to find out another house had criminal activity, and mom's backyard was the getaway route. It took an hour for the police to respond and nothing was done. These have been my interactions and these have been my results. When we start getting better results, maybe then they can get more funding.
That's it.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.